Hello, friendos. I exist. Dum, da, dum. Oh, hello, Jack. Welcome. It's been a little while. I may not have any art to save, but you have saved my life. I got it. Will do. Okay, I think that's okay volume-wise. Clear out notification. Alright, yes. Hello, friendos. Hello, Nyx. Hello, Jack. Welcome, welcome. That's all I got. I only woke up about an hour ago. So, I had something to eat. I had tasty meat and vegetables. I have an energy drink. I'm ready to go. And hopefully, if all goes according to plan, Sync and Taco will be streaming It Takes Two in like, I want to say somewhere between like 6 and 7 hours. Ideally, I'd like to go until I can raid into them, but we'll see what happens. Hey, sorry you don't chat and mostly a lurker. You want to try and say hi at least once in a while? It's appreciated. I mean, I'm in the same boat. I try and lurk on your streams when I see them. But I also don't chat, so I can't judge. Alright, so... already posted this in my Discord, but I have been working on this little happy cat emote, mostly on stream for a while, but I did finish it the other day. We also have this as a new emote in chat. Bam. I'm pretty happy with how it came out. But I also decided to do a pixel version of it. Oh, I don't probably have this set up in the files. I have it like as a GIF, but I kind of exported it once and didn't probably set it up. Yes, I also have a pixel version because I feel weird offering what is technically a pixel art emote here, but it's not actually technically pixel art, you know? So I thought maybe I'd just do both. And then my original plan was to choose which one of them I liked more and make that as the proper thing going forwards, but I actually really like both of them, and if anyone has seen the ones posted in my Discord, they're actually kind of near indistinguishable. So I did a comment the other day in my chat. Hang on, I think I need to turn the music down a little bit. Not in my chat. I did a comment the other day in my Discord, like in the general channel, and I did both of them in one post. I think the only real noticeable difference is the lines are a little bit thinner. Obviously, there's not much I can do about that. But, you know, one of them, the pixel one, looks a little bit shorter because of being restrained to the pixels. But otherwise, like, they look almost exactly the same on a small scale, and even more so when you put them to, like, Twitch emote size. So I'm pretty happy with that they've turned out almost exactly the same on small scale. I do think the less pixel one is a little better readable. Just a smidge. But I figure I can let people make that choice. If I put these up for commissions, I can let people choose which they prefer. It was fun to put together though. Kind of went through here and I just have a transparent version behind all of the pixel ones. You can kind of see here, so I just kind of traced over it to do my best to replicate it. I was also thinking I would like to do, so like, yeah, I'll do a commission listing where you can get one or the other, or both, I guess. I don't know if anyone would really want both of them. But I was thinking of doing 15 USD, same as the yapping emote, which you may be like, well, this is more detailed than the yapping emote. However, to me, this is easier to draw because it's straight. The yapping emote is on an angle, and that always hecks me up overthinking it. Let me pull up the yapping emote. Yeah, these ones always heck me up a little bit because they're on an angle. I feel like mine's not even the best representation of that. It's definitely a minor thing, but trying to accommodate for that is a bit frustrating, particularly with the ears. So, although these other ones are more detailed, I think I can happily just price them the same. But yeah, I don't know, like, my concern is, would people... Realistically, I feel like these are the same amount of detail-ish. But like, would people feel bad about both of these being 15 USD? Like, would you feel like you're getting less if you got this one compared to getting this one, you know? Because to me, technically, they're the same amount of effort. In fact, this one is probably a little bit harder because it's more limited. But like, realistically, you know, they're all like bare bones lines and stuff. Oh, I don't know. I want to charge the same, but I don't know if people will feel like that's they're being scammed. I also still need to transfer it over to this one. I figure I'll just put them in the same file, it'll be easier to work from. I guess the other question then is, if I were to offer both, like, get both details, both versions, how much would I charge for that? Because technically it's a little bit easier for me to do this one if I can trace the one on the top. Like, if I can draw it out like this and then trace the details. Kind of trace. But it's still a bit of work. It's one of those like weird price ranges where I'm like, is $5 enough? Is $10 too much? But I have this weird thing where I like to price my items in increments of 5. Maybe I could do 7, so it works out to like 22 USD. That's a satisfying enough number, right? You'd pay the same for either, Nyx? Is this without bias is the question. Do you think they both seem worth the same amount of money? Ignoring the fact that, obviously, like, there's the extra hair on this one that's not on this one. Because I showed it to another friendo and they're like, well, it feels like the pixel one has more detail because of the hair. I'm like, you're missing the point. Cannot comment on the presence of black their own bias. Understandable. Oh, I forgot. Where is it? Close my collab folder. I don't know why that's still open. Rename this because I forgot to. Bam! I forgot I set this up. Whoa. I don't know how worth it feels to use the V-hand thing when I don't have a sleeve or anything. I was like, is it weird? Is it weird just having my bare arm? So maybe I should have made the cat thing a different color so it stands out more, because everything I do is in darker, like, blues and purples. Yummy. Yeah, that's V-hand. I think. Nyx, you funded this one? I've had it for a while, I just haven't set it up because, you know, because for a while I was using Void's pen model. Did you? I don't remember. You funded a bunch of things on my throne. I don't remember if it's you. Let me check. I feel bad not remembering who gifted what, but like, you guys gifted a bunch of things. Oh no, it's anonymous. Okay, this may have been Steven. I know you gifted like metaphor and stuff though. There's a bunch of things around the same time, so apologies that I struggle to remember. Either way, thank you to the anonymous person who I'm sure we can all guess probably is, for gifting V-hand. I've had it since around the time of like the birthday gift stuff, but I just haven't used it because of using the model from Void. Oh. So like the tracking doesn't fully line up. Like if I were to draw over here, like it's very off mark because of where the arm is set up. But like the arm also cuts off. I feel like I need to set up. I think you can like edit the textures of things. I would like to make the arm fade at the bottom, so that way it doesn't look so jarring when it just cuts off. Because technically I can just, you know, do this. Ish. And like kind of crop it go. I can kind of crop it so it's like a bit more on mark. This is very confusing how it decides to track. I need an adult. Ah. Okay, so obviously there's a little bit of fine-tuning to be had. But it's fine. But also regarding the question, no, there are no sleeves on this outfit. So like technically I made this to match my outfit. Like I made this to match the design of the model that I'm using right now. There could be sleeves, but there's not. There's not on what I'm wearing. So, you know, I also technically I also tried to kind of match the nails and stuff. I don't know if that's jarring or not to have the arm come up from the bottom of the window. I don't know why. My head is just so much like, if it's faded at the bottom, it doesn't matter. Well, it's a neat program. I was looking through it all, and you could have it like make little like sketching sounds and stuff, and it's probably hard to see, but at least for me at a distance you can kind of see my cursor has like a sparkling effect. It's bubbles. There's a few different things, but I set mine up to be bubbles because why not? I wanted it to be something that didn't get in the way too much, and like, you know, I have the trail thing set up on the model that Void made. But the closest thing to that in this program is a little bit like too bright. You about to say you like the bubbles? Yippee! I love bubbles. But yeah. I think you can edit textures. I'll have to look through it more, but I would like to maybe make an alternate one for like a pixel arm. I think that could be cute. I don't know how that'd work with the movement though. Maybe not. It's like the fingers fully move and everything. I need to test my things more off stream, because when I get here and I start like fiddling with it and seeing how it actually moves, because I set this up just before I started streaming today, I get very much caught in the, what would you call it, like the ADHD trap, where I'm like, oh, look at it go. Okay, so there's one thing I was thinking when I was working on this though, like, well, after I uploaded it, so I originally actually made the eyes a little bit thicker because I thought maybe they were too thin, but then when I look at it on the smaller scale, I feel like the eyes don't have quite as much definition, which is weird to say for something so small, but I wonder if making them a bit thicker was not the right choice. So I'll take that back a little bit. I do want to mark these as done though, so hopefully just this and it should be done. Then I'll transfer it over to the other thing. And also, regarding my title, if you know the Ren lore, you may be like, but Ren, I thought you were not on good terms with your mother. Well, I'm not, but I have at least one somewhat VTuber mother. I was thinking about this recently. I'm like, I think it'd be cute to do things for like VTuber parents for Mother's and Father's Day and stuff. But like most of my VTuber parents are either male or non-binary. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess Mother's Day, there's not much to do. However, I do have my design mama, Remy. I thought it'd be cute to do something for Remy for Mother's Day. Don't judge my train of thought. I like novelty events. How do I do this? I guess I kind of gave up on the glow sticks idea. I don't think it's the worst thing to have them still, but like, I don't know. They're of course not really matched to the movement of this one anymore. It's not the worst thing in the world. I think it's fine. Hello, Dave. Welcome. Everyone here is cute. No, you. How's day going? I've only been awake for like a little bit over an hour, so there's not much to be said, really. But, it's not going badly, and I feel like that's about as much as you can ask for at this time in the morning. Yes, day is going good. I got up. I had yesterday I made some steak and roasted vegetables. So I got up and I had that for my breakfast. Oh, that's always a good start to the day. And how about you? How's your day going? Why no pick? I'm bad at taking food pics, okay? Or I'm bad at presentation, so I feel like, is it really worth taking a picture? I do actually have a picture of it, but I just think it doesn't do it justice. Made the food stream. Oh, that's right. I was kind of in the process of getting up when I thought that was a thing, so I didn't look it up properly. Okay, capsicum or peppers, whatever you want to call it aside. I would love that without the capsicum or peppers. Just put, I don't know what you could put instead. Nothing. It'd be better with nothing. But it looks very good. Oh, also funny sauce aside. I would rather have like, I don't know. What would be good sauce for that? I tend to do skewers like with a sweet soy glaze or something. Whereas that one looks a bit more like salsa-esque. I'm not a fan of like capsicum-y or tomato-y sauce things. The bell peppers are so sweet and soft. To each their own. Finally good, you finally figured out why your OBS crashes in the recent past. Yeah, I was reading that yesterday. What is it again? Sometimes the message is that your GPU is out of RAM, you can never nail it down. The text scrolling on stuff like today's game. But like, it was specifically your starting soon overlay? Does that mean your stream would only start like right at stream would only crash right at the start? I'm really confused at the technicalities of that, because like I feel like text scrolling stuff shouldn't be that intensive. Or if it was like your overlay, I don't know. I feel like the overlay shouldn't be that that much. A mind tag, and yeah, only the stream starting soon stream screen. It crashed like 30 minutes into the stream. Wait, 30 minutes into the stream? Does that mean it crashes like after you're off of the starting soon thing? I don't think you stay on your starting soon for 30 minutes. Slowly fill up the VRAM over time with an overflow. While testing OBS, you managed to consume, what the? That's so weird. Mousy, yours had the same issue with the art slideshow? God, I wish I was more tech savvy because that doesn't make sense to me. It's like such minor things building up. That's crazy. I just said it as inactive while not showing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That at least makes sense to me as a fix. That's something I always need to kind of remember. Yeah, I think a lot of my stuff is not set to unload while not showing. I kind of wish that was the default. I would rather they unload the images while not showing by default, and I have to toggle that back on. Interesting. I just feel every time the stream starting soon screen was visible on OBS, even in studio preview. We had 10 minutes from screen start added, and when you swap to the game, the preview would default to the starting soon screen, adding more to it. This bug wasn't solvable by unloading the thing, so now your text is just static. That makes me feel like I need to watch my stuff. Like, just to make sure. I don't think I really have much. I have looped GIFs, which I think is okay. Maybe. I think my looped GIFs would be fine, but like, yeah, thankfully, so behind my model, there's this picture on the right side, the little like pixel box run. That's actually supposed to be my art slideshow thing, but it broke like ages and ages ago because I changed the location of all my pictures and I couldn't be bothered loading the back in. So, you know, that's probably for the best. Probably for the best that that doesn't work anymore. Lazy, look. Look. Yes. It's too much work. It was really hard to get them all to fit into that thing, too. I did all the work to draw up a nice little photo frame that would work on the wall of my background, and then, different sized images kept messing with it, and I don't really understand. Certificate caused by the loop blobby I made with the guitar. Wait, the looped thing with the guitar is from Void, right? I did do the looped blobby, but like, I think you're talking about the squimsh, if it's with the one with the guitar. But yeah, How did you set up the scrolling text? Like, was that an OBS effect, or was that like, was that also a GIF? Because I'm curious if the issue is just like things in program. You forgot there's a reason why you label stuff with the creator's name. Yeah, I have thought about that lately. I need to start doing that, especially like when I get gifted commission gifts. I think it's really frustrating when people gift you art from somebody else and they don't tell you who it's from. Like, you have to seek them out and ask them. As part of the overlay you grab from Stream Elements, you blame the creator. Interesting. Well, if it's through Stream Elements, then I suppose it is probably an active like browser source thing, so that I can understand that being a bit more intensive. Just trying to work out like where you draw the line, you know, like I think the gifts that I do should never be an issue. Just something to keep in mind, of course, considering I'm very like, you know, I like making stream assets. Artists that label their art as a random string of numbers and you're like, dang it, add your name to it, please. Okay, I don't blame artists for not adding their name to it. I at least, like, I will name the art I make after the person I make it for, you know? Or the person who commissioned it, at least. I wouldn't think to put my name in it, but it's not a bad idea, just for credit's sake. But, yeah. What gets me is when artists, like, yeah, string of number or image. Image is what gets me more, because Mega used to do this all the time, where he would send me, like, art stuffs, and it would all be labeled as just image. And so I would try and save it without changing the name, and I would already have 50 different images called just, like, variants of image because of it. So every single time I was forced to try and rename it. It's certainly a way to kick in the habit of naming things, I guess. Mind you, I would just like slap my keyboard, so it didn't really help. It'd be like, oh, it's called image, need to change the name. Okay, time to like smack the keyboard. Tee. And that is part of the issue where I needed to move everything and change the names, because most of the art I had was just in my downloads folder. I cleaned my downloads folder a handful of months ago. I moved literally a couple thousand images between like references and art I'd been given and like other bits and pieces. Like, yeah, I'd like assets and stuff. I had a good like 2,000 plus images that I needed to move. So, yippee! Don't be like me. Organize your stuff as you get it, because doing it after the fact is a nightmare. almost tried to organize your VTubing art stuff. You're not very successful with it. Oh dear. Yeah, technically my stuff is still a little bit split up. Like, a lot of it is still in my downloads folder, but it's in its own folder within that, so it's not just kind of floating free. But I need to organize things more and add a couple more, like, specific artist folders. Like, right now I have a design folder for the stuff, like actual designs of me, but Ocean has an art folder, but not quite all of Ocean's art is in there. And I also need a Sync art folder because Sync has done a lot of art. Kind of like once you've passed like 15, 20 odd images, you kind of need your own folder. But yes, I still need to work that one out. Yes, I'm very bad with my file organization. I would like to do it better, but one thing I dread is when I do get a new computer, needing to, like, I feel like that will be a good time to make sure everything has a better home. But it's so daunting needing to transfer everything. I don't wanna. Try to keep the resemblance of order that will fall apart if you look at it too closely. Yeah, that's very much my setup. My OBS, however, if you look at my OBS, I think anybody would scream. My OBS is so poorly set off. I think that's another thing. Maybe when I get a new computer, I should set it up better. Make things a little bit less intensive, less cluttered. Do like the proper like scene insert things, because I don't do that at all. Except for the Tamagotchi. Speaking of, my Tamagotchi has not been spawned into existence since the subathon. Teehee. Ah, how could you do such a thing to me? Appreciated. I need to... What? Oh, it's because of the arms. Okay, yeah, I need to get back into working out more. Divine punishment for Tamagotchi-sama. I can't blame you for that. Man, recently I updated my Honkai Star Rail, honking the Star Train, because I kind of want the current guy who's on banner. I don't know if I'll actually get around to playing it though. I really wanted the last chick who was on banner too, but I didn't end up jumping on for it. But what's his name? Anexia or Anexagoro or something? Either way, I want that guy. He looks cool and he sounds cool and he's edgy. He's edgy in the good way. I want him. But I don't know if I'll play enough to actually get him, if at all. I think if I logged in, I'd probably get a bunch of stuff because I haven't played for ages, but that's a commitment and a half. I kind of figure with these games, like, even if I miss characters, they're always gonna come back on banner, even if it takes a while, so I'm not, like, too stressed about it. But, I don't know. I want to play that. I really like the story of Honkai, but I'm not as much of a fan of the gameplay. Meanwhile, I really like the gameplay of Genshin, but, like, I don't want to go through half the story that they've added. Like, some of the areas just don't interest me. In fact, let's be real. If the game had Zhongli in it for more of the game, I would play it. This is kind of a little bit of my issue with gacha games. Like, if your characters don't have much of a personality, or if you don't have much of a consistent, like, main party, then I don't know, I don't like shifting characters because it feels bad when the ones you really like get left behind. I think Honkai wouldn't be as subjected to that because of, like, having March and Danheng and stuff. I haven't played enough to know, like, how much they stay with you, but I think they kind of keep somewhat of a main party. But Genshin is really bad for it. I don't like Paimon. Paimon is one of the most annoying characters I've ever seen. So Paimon being your one consistent companion? Disgusting. I think Zenless feels a little more familiar with past character. Like, I don't know. I haven't played Zenless, but from what I've seen, it feels like they kind of keep older characters more relevant. Like, doesn't feel quite so much you're traveling halfway across the world and ditching them. But yeah, that's definitely a big problem I have with gacha games. Not to mention the whole drip feed of content, but hey, that's another story. I wanted to work on art stuff today, but now that I'm actually here, I'm like, do I have the spoons for this? Maybe my issue is I just need to, like, properly get started and it'll be okay. Yes, I'm trying to set this up. This. What is this layer? Oh, is this the original arms? Oh, okay. Well, delete. Yeah, I don't know. I think having the glow sticks as an option will be good, but I don't personally want them. Nancy, you have a secret? No, you're cute. Hello, Key. Yes, Paimon annoying. Exactly, you get it. I suppose with Key's presence, it's worth mentioning Wuwa was another game that I wanted to play, Wuthering Waves or whatever it was, but I don't know. I don't feel like there's as much that's really, like, gripped me for wanting to play Wuwa. I think, like, overall it seems okay, but, like, I'm kind of impartial. I haven't seen enough. But yeah, it kind of puts me in an awkward place of, like, there's all these gacha games where, you know, I want to play them, but actually sitting down and playing them is another story. Abby just better than Paimon too? I don't even know who Abby is. To be honest, Wu is the best for casual. I'm not really stressed about, like, any of that. For me, like, I don't know if you heard the whole thing I was saying just before, but yeah, it very much becomes like you know, you're abandoning, like, all the characters that you love just kind of get left behind unless you have some semblance of main party, which is, like, for me, Genshin sucks because Paimon is your main party. I think Honkai is not too bad. Obviously, I haven't played, like, recent expansions of it, but, like, you know, it seems like you've always got the Astral Express or whatever with you. And, you know, at least you have familiar faces that stay with you. Zenless, you're not traveling as far, so they kind of feel more present. Main character's viable and woo-woo, so you can always have it in your party. Look, I don't care about meta, okay? I'm sentimental. If I like the main character, they're staying in my party even if they're the worst character. I'll make it work. I don't care. But yeah, it's more so like the presence of them in the story is my concern. It's not about whether or not you can have them in your party, it's about whether or not they're present in the story. Is it new for being in your team? You're jealous of her buttons? Curious. Yeah, you know, things like Genshin. I was saying, I would still be playing Genshin if Zhongli were in the story the whole game. I know that's too much to ask for, but if my husbando were still with us, I would play. Zhongli appears very often though, not often enough. And just like a little bit here and there isn't good enough. Just want Zhongli to be the main character. I don't know about main character, but main party. Like, I would take Zhongli over Paimon any day. It goes without saying. Sorry, but no? You wouldn't take Zhongli over Paimon? I don't think we can be friends anymore. Osmento? It's Osmanthus, you uncultured swine. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memories? He spams that shit 24/7. Well, maybe if he were made to be a more present character, they would give him more lines. How did you maintain for 2 years? Thank God you got to replace him. Uncultured. Yeah, I don't know. This is where gacha games are a little bit hard for me compared to proper, quote-unquote proper JRPGs. Hello, Tassa, and hello, Seven. I hope you guys are doing well. Oh, I forgot to respond to the things, Tassa, but, food pics were good, thank you. Thanks for the ramen date idea. Always. Hydrate and stretch, I can do that, I suppose. Whoa, stretchy stretch. Do you ever just like stretch and you know, you're making like little dinosaur sounds or like you yawn at the same time or something. You stretch and your back like clickety clunks and you hear it through your mouth. Pop a muscle? Oh wait. How are you stretching? I think you need to stretch more often. Oh, quick is the person who sat you down. right next to one of Seth's classmates who don't know about you? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, also redeem. Wee-oo! Wee-wee-oo! Wee-oo! 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 Wee-wee-oo! Wee-oo! 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 Wee. Like, this is the yaoi level of drama luck. Sometimes you have to live the tea. Hello, Zen. Also, speaking of stretching and popping muscles and all that jazz, has anyone done their homework and worked out how to crack their lower back by clenching their butt cheeks yet? Do you want to ask? Oh, did you miss this? Hang on, I can explain it again. Hello, Uwu. So a few of us can do this. I know Sync can. I think at least one other person said they could. You did, and you think it protected me? What does that mean? Hello, Jesus. Welcome, welcome. So basically, a few of us can do this. I think everyone can, but you need to be like ready to do it. So sounds so stupid to explain. You can crack your lower lower back by clenching your butt cheeks. Kind of like if you're doing like Kegels or whatever. Or maybe no, I guess it's more than that. So like, you know, if your lower back feels like it needs to crack and you're like sitting in the right spot. I don't know if I can do it standing up. But yeah, you can like clench your lower back and it kind of like clench your butt cheeks and it kind of like pulls your lower back down a little bit and it can crack your back. And this is unironically like I can do this, Sync can do this, whoever else could. There was like one or two other people. It's a thing. You can do this. But I can only ever do it when it feels like my back needs to crack. Like I can't just do it on a whim. That's why I think it's hard for people to, like, you know, even if I say it and you try it right now, well, maybe your back's not ready to crack, you know? Simply twist your upper body to pop your spine back into place. I've never been able to do like the twist crack. For me, it's always like, I kind of, to pop my upper back, I kind of, I like puff my chest out and roll my shoulders back. Kind of, if that makes sense. That once during class, I never went to look at you because it was so loud. Oh no. Cracking your back like pop rocks. Puffing chest out. Sorry, what came after that? You gotta imagine a bird doing like a funky mating dance pose. Yeah, puff out chest, roll them wings back. Apparently Dave did. Very good. Okay, so I need to set up Gosh, I wonder if I can reduce the layers for this. It's kind of hard though. I think no matter what I do. Well, would I merge the body with the hair? Has the arms on top? Probably fine. No, I think it's safer to just not. Hello, Suki. Welcome, welcome. Isn't this music from Final Fantasy IX? Let me check. This is a, I think, primarily Square Enix playlist. Final Fantasy VIII. Yeah, Suki's got it. Hello, Choppy. I love you too. Thank you. Huh. Oh. Oh, the boobs are in a bad place also. How could you boop me? How could you do such a thing? Ah. 8? 8 was one of your favorites? You only remember the edgy parts of that one? Okay, I like Final Fantasy as a concept, but the reality is I have barely played any Final Fantasy games. I would like to, but I'm not really willing to go back and play the old ones these days. If I played them as a kid, it would have been fine, but I didn't have access to most of them. So, I have played Final Fantasy Tactics, the one on Game Boy Advance or whatever it was. I have played Final Fantasy X-2 multiple times when I was younger. I really liked that one. I didn't play 10 until like much later when they released like the remaster or whatever. I couldn't actually finish 10, however, because the random encounter system annoyed me so much that I got sick of playing the game around the time that you get to the lightning area for the first time. Not sure how far in that is. Beautiful game. Loved the story. Just couldn't handle the gameplay. I think that would be nice to have a remake of it using the more modern Final Fantasy methods. I just can't do random encounters. I haven't played 7, but I want to with the remakes. I want to play the remakes of 7, but I'm waiting for them to fully release all of them because I don't want to like play them and then have to wait a couple of years to get like the last one, you know? I don't know how many more there are. I feel like there's at least like one more coming, right? I started Final Fantasy 15 and really enjoyed it, but I kind of dropped it. I don't know what came up, but I spent a lot of time in the first area, so for anyone who's played 15, you know, you start off in like the whole thing with like Cindy or whatever her name is fixing your car. And then there's a random boss in a pit somewhere behind the whole garage area. So I was grinding a little bit and did like little arcade games and stuff to get better equipment and stuff so I could go and kill that boss before I left the first area. Oh my god, that was a hard fight. But yeah, so you know, I was pretty dedicated with it. I did all of that. Then I got to the next like big area, because I think from there you go into like the fishing town, right? Like the port town. Then you end up in another area and I stopped there, so I didn't get very far. Final Fantasy 14, big fan. Do really like Final Fantasy 14. I've played up till almost the end of Dawn Trail, kind of dropped it because look, let's be real, Dawn Trail isn't very good. It's not bad as such, but it's not great. So I've yet to like get back into that and finish it and catch up with later patches. I am interested in the new combat thing that's coming soon though, so might get back into it soon. Yes, Final Fantasy 14 is very good, very, very good. Obviously not quite traditional Final Fantasy given that it's the online one. I think that's about it for how much Final... Oh, hang on. If we go for spin-offs, I have played a bit more. I have played Final Fantasy... Crystal Chronicles. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles The Crystal Bearers. That's the one on Nintendo Wii. That was a fun game. I really liked that one. Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates, I think. I think that's it. It was only 2 of them, I guess. I tried playing another one, but I didn't get very far. Ring of Fates. FFCC Ring of Fates. I really loved that game as a kid, if I'm thinking of the right one. Yeah, that is it. Played 7, 8, some of 9, most of 10, 10, 2, 12, 13, 1 and 2 Lightning Returns, 14 and 15. Oh. Definitely more dedicated than I. Oh, I really want to play 16 as well. I'm very interested in 16, but just taking the time to actually play it is another story. I don't know if that's one I'll play on stream or not. I'll have to see when the time comes, but I'm not ready to play it yet. Most of the time you bounce off them, they just take forever. You once played the Final Fantasy 13, the second one, and after 30 hours you're like, heck this shit, I'm out. I like old school Final Fantasy more than the new ones. That's fair. You're back? Okay. Only some of 9, but it's the best one. Yeah, I feel like I hear a lot of different opinions on what's the best one, which I think is nice. You know, obviously you'll have a lot of like die-hard 7 fans. There's a handful of 8 fans. Less for 9 that I've heard. A lot of people really love 10. A lot of people hate 10 too. I think I know a lot of people who also really love 12, but I know a bunch of people who hate 12. 15 was kind of mixed. 16 I think was quite well regarded and got a lot of like newer people into it. And 14 is hard to really lump in with the rest of them. But yeah, it's hard to say that there's really an overwhelming one that people really like. I guess 7, but I feel like the reception of 7 has become diluted after the remakes, weirdly enough. Personal favorite is 9. It has so much cute energy. Hang on, let me look up which one 9 is. Final Fantasy 9. Most of my experience with like iconic Final Fantasy stuff is Kingdom Hearts, so I don't really have much of a leg to stand on here. Oh, it's that guy. Yeah, I'm really not familiar with anything that 9 is about. I know you get the outfit for the blonde guy in Final Fantasy 14. I think you get that for like X amount of days subbed or something. Oh my god. I see an artwork that somebody did of Final Fantasy 9 and they made like the blonde Twinkie guy so buff. Crazy. Wait, are they remaking 9? Okay, okay, it's speculation largely, but people seem pretty confident that they're going to remake 9, which is interesting. Like, would they do 10? Would they do 8 first if they were gonna remake 9? Like, I hear more about 8, but maybe I'm just not right in the right community to know what people actually prefer. Never got into 7. You think it was a game that lived off the hype of the generation that played it as the first 3D Final Fantasy? Like, it's not bad, but for you it was also nothing special. I also never got invested with the healer lady. My only my only real knowledge with that side of things is that I don't like her hairstyle. I don't like her hairstyle, and I didn't like the personality of the other girls in Kingdom Hearts, and that's all I've got to go off of. So it's not a great impression. Also, fun fact, I think Cloud and Leon were the first characters that I ever shipped. First characters that I shipped without reason. I suppose fanfics led me to the reason, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Cloud and Leon were the first like non-canon ship that I ever had. Hehe. I'm basic, I'm sorry. But yeah, I didn't like with the remake of 7, everyone kept talking about that other chick, Jessie, I think her name was. And they made her out to be like the biggest hoe, which, you know, it's fine if your character is like flirty and stuff, that's fine. I'm sure there's more to her, but nobody ever wanted to talk about that. They're just like, yeah, this chick's a hoe. And not necessarily in a bad way, don't get me wrong, but like, as someone who's not like actively playing the game, it's kind of like there has to be more to this character. Like, I'm so tired of seeing like just them being scandalous. So that's a very bad first impression of a character too. Sometimes the fan base is the biggest enemy of the series. I think Final Fantasy is a victim to that in many regards. I also, as a Final Fantasy XIV fan, I know a lot of people get put off by the copy pasta thing. The whole, have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG? Apparently that's very off-putting to a lot of people, but if you play the game, you understand. As the meme said, when you play Final Fantasy XIV, you either quit in Realm Reborn or you live long enough to become a walking advertisement for the game. That's just how it goes. I don't make the rules. I don't know anybody who's an exception to that. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Going back to the whole like Final Fantasy thing as a whole, it's kind of weird to sit there and think about, but like I do consider myself to be a Final Fantasy fan, but then when I stop and look at it, my interaction with Final Fantasy is very, very minimal. Scooch, scooch. Which is surprising given that I am a big JRPG lover. But I suppose I spent more time on the competitor, which I think is more valid in Japan. The Tales of series, I think, has a stronger standing in Japan. It is better here these days, but yeah. Definitely spent more time on Tales of games than I ever did on Final Fantasy, and I have no regrets. Also has a better combat system, at least for the earlier games. Rather than random encounter, it's like encountering how do I put it? Like encountering like the single enemy that becomes like a multi-enemy battle, if that makes sense. Not quite turn-based, but like a little bit halfway there. And I'm okay with this. Actually, also, speaking of, like, Final Fantasy VII being overhyped, that's how I feel about Tales of Symphonia. So many people regard Tales of Symphonia as their favorite Tales of game. I don't get it. I really don't. It's not for me. I don't dislike it, but like I could never place that as my favorite one. And I'm not sure how many of these people are driven by nostalgia. And how many of people like unironically think it's the best one. I don't know. I will always be a Tales of Xillia favorite. I wanted to make Tales of Symphonia like Zestiria Vesperia. I wonder if they ever would consider proper like remakes. Because obviously they've done ports and remasters. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a Tales of Symphonia remake would do very, very well, provided that they don't do the bullshittery like the troubles they had with the Switch port. I don't know. I'd like to see it. I would definitely play it. I think it'd be like nicer to go back. I also think there's other games earlier in the series that would benefit from remakes, but I don't know if they ever would. Like, obviously there's the original, but not many people have gotten to play that because of how old it is. I'd really like to see a remake of Tales of Legendia, which is a PlayStation 2 one. Tales of the Abyss remake would do super well, but that is it's a PlayStation 2 one that also made it onto 3DS, so I feel like it is less in need of a remake and more just a good port. But yeah, remakes of a few of the older ones would be very, very nice. One day maybe you'll try to go back and play through Vesperia, maybe. It's a good time, I definitely recommend it, but if you struggle to sit through a long JRPG, then I think the Tales of series probably just isn't for you, you know? It's hard, but that's kind of the reality of it. I do think Tales of Vesperia is a little bit better. Tales of Zestiria, the sequel to it, prequel, released first, but technically sequel. Tales of Zestiria is like a lot more sluggish. Like a lot of people complain about the grind of Zestiria. So yeah, I do think Vesperia is generally the most agreeable one to play. Which one were you gonna play next, Key? You were talking about wanting to play Symphonia, right? Haven't noticed aside from getting your ass beaten by that side boss. I don't know. I think it was people just like getting adjusted to it being like the first like bigger game. Like there were some that kind of dabbled into being a bit more open world, but I think like Zestiria goes even further. This song. This reminds me I need to go back and continue playing Nier. I never finished Replicant. I got very close and I just didn't. And I've never played Automata? I don't know. I haven't played that one either. I can't remember, Key. Have you played Vesperia? I don't think you have. I get confused though, because I've had a couple friendos play Vesperia. Don't think so? Oh. I'd like to see you play that one, because Vesperia is my favorite among the ported games. It definitely is older though. It is a lot more clunky than the ones you've been playing. Obviously, like, if you can play Symphonia, you'll be fine with Vesperia, because Vesperia is like a middle ground, I would say. It's a lot more modern than Symphonia, but is not as, like, it's nowhere near as caught up as the other ones. However, it feels like the next game they're going to port will be Tales of Xillia, and I will be so happy if they do. If they port Tales of Xillia and do Xillia and Xillia 2 as like a single release, I will be able to die happy. I need it. I need my husbando, guys. Throughout my life, I've only ever had two main husbandos that have stood strong, and that is Gaius from Tales of Zillia and Zhongli. I want my husbando back. Oh, I suppose Tales of Graces is also an option. I feel like you would really like Tales of Graces just because of like the character interactions and stuff. I really liked it. I don't know how much the community as a whole liked it. I know for a long time it was regarded as having some of the best combat. But there's very good like party dynamic in that one. I wouldn't want to spoil anything about it, but like I do very much like a couple of the things that happen within the party. There's also a husbando in that one. I forget his name. Oh, Richard. Richard is husbando. Okay, I need to actually get my shit together and set up these layers. Alright, so we'll do a group, which will be normal, I guess. Can I put the blush onto the body? I don't know. You are correct, Suki. I always have to look back. Yeah, I'm on a playlist right now, which is from the Square Enix music channel. The playlist is called Hot Milk, ? I think it's meant to just be like a more relaxing playlist. You're late? Oh, it's only been an hour. That's pretty standard for Twitch notification stuff, right? Hello, Sync. Thank you. This is true. Everybody go give Sync some love. If you're not following Sync, I will be very surprised. But obviously Sync is over here collabing occasionally. But Sync was streaming yesterday, and I'm very proud of her for this. And we'll also be streaming later today with Taka playing It Takes Two. And also we'll probably be streaming this coming weekend for her birthday. So everybody go give Sync some love and go celebrate her birthday with her on the weekend. But also watching Sync and Taka play It Takes Two is very entertaining. What a nightmare. Oh, I will never. Tacos? Oh, I want tacos. Oh, I have some food that I need to put together. So I mentioned that I had a steak and vegetables for food earlier today, so I still have a little bit more of that to eat. But the next thing I cook, which is courtesy of Sync, I suppose, I will be cooking beef stroganoff. Because I asked people if I could cook for them what they would have me cook, and Sync wanted stroganoff specifically with pasta. I would usually do it with mashed potato, but it's fine. So yeah, the next thing I cook is gonna be a beef stroganoff. Which is actually quite funny because I was looking at the recipe for it and I'm like, I could have made this almost perfectly without even looking at a recipe, which isn't exactly something to brag about because it is very, very simple. Like if you're just making a traditional one, it's very simple. But I'm a little bit like, oh man, I'm kind of bummed out I didn't just try it without a recipe. But yeah, so maybe later today, either today or tomorrow, I think I'll be cooking beef stroganoff. Um, with tasty mushrooms and angel hair pasta. Hmm. And what else? Oh, that's right. I was on another streamer friend though, Kay's stream the other day, and he was talking about kimchi fried rice, which I've never really considered or heard about. And I'm like, wait, that sounds amazing. I was already kind of tempted to make it, but I told him one of my bad food takes, or like my biggest food sin, which is I have taken a bowl of leftover rice, made a little dent in the top of it, cracked an egg into said dent, and then microwaved it. Just to have like my egg on rice without needing to pull out a frying pan. People don't take kindly to me doing that. He also didn't take kindly to me doing that. He has a fridge of shame and he put me on the fridge of shame. But yes. So because of this, he was shaming me a lot and I'm like, okay, if I make kimchi fried rice, will I be forgiven? And he said yes. So I got the ingredients to make kimchi fried rice. At first, he was like, oh, you just make fried rice normally and you put kimchi in it. But I looked up a recipe and the standard is actually... So, you know, obviously you have your day-old rice, but aside from that, it's quite different. You don't use like your basic vegetables or whatever. Maybe you can use some like a spring onion or whatever. But, essentially, you put kimchi in the fried rice and you put a bit of gochujang as well, which sounds fantastic. It's like a really tasty red rice from the looks of it. So yeah, after I've made the stroganoff, I also want to make the kimchi fried rice. You followed Sync, let's go! You're the opposite of Ren, like chaotic loud vibes, you don't want to stop by. Sync has goals. I appreciate Sync very much for her being able to express what I cannot. I'm not very good at expressing myself. Sync is. And I think that's fantastic. Have some other chaotic streamers followed as well. Let's go! Sometimes we need a bit of chaos in our life. Also, the fact that Sync is just like... Sync is just generally chaotic. I think that's also very different to people who get like angry. Like angry chaos I don't like, but just like energetic chaos I think is fantastic. Why some slander? No, you. You're the only one lying here. You're the only one with this copium. Bubbles. New layer. New group. Did you cross over in eternity? We're both so alone. Layers do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Head, hair, body, arms, outfit. Head. Here. Body. Arms. Outfit. think I should separate out the eyes and the eyebrows at least. That will make my life a little bit easier for layering. So we'll do eyes. Is there any benefit to separating out the blush? I don't think so. No, I think that's just a needless amount of work.
Was my life just taken from me? If I return, if I could change from
I'm still debating whether or not I put the body together.
we'd never have to hide.
Because right now,
Everything would be alright.
mostly born by the way I did the layering. The body is over the hair, because I did too much hair. But I think I could do the body combined with the head. And just not draw the hair over the body, because the body will always be the same. I don't think there's any reason why that would be an issue, as long as I keep the arms over the top. Hmm. Yeah, I think I can merge the body with the arms. I mean, the body with the head. We'll delete that layer. You know, let me fix it over here first. Body, head, merge down. Make the hair a little bit transparent. Chaotic loud and hilariously funny vibes indeed. Watching sync software is very comfy. That's great. You need funny in your life? Let's go. Yeah, I stopped resisting a long time ago when people try and do shout outs and stuff and explain my vibes. It's like, okay, you do you. Unless, of course, they're wrong. Sometimes people exaggerate a little bit, but you're better off just letting it happen. Never? How dear. Oh, that should be fine. Maybe the hair can be over the head, not touch the body, and the arms go on top with no issue. And the outfit goes over that. Very good. is this a different size? Friends vibes, hours of comfy sidetracks with some art and wrong food takes. Oh dear. Look, you guys just can't handle the fact that cereal should go before milk, and that's okay. I am okay. I will accept your guys' wrong opinion. I mean, if you like soggy cereal, by all means. But yes, that wasn't your song. It's a very pretty one. So, thinking of Nier, I think because of an Outfit collaboration, it always makes me think of a game called Gravity Rush. Has anybody played Gravity Rush? Because what I have found is not enough people have played Gravity Rush. I love that game. I would love a part of that. You played it? Did you play the second one as well? I think I like the first one more than the second one, but they're both very good. You can't. Oh, okay, no, that's fair. You're missing out, Sync, but like, it's understandable. The game, but you never actually played it? What the heck? You should. If you're willing to like dust off your console and play it, you absolutely should. It is such a good game. Like, I feel like it deserves more recognition, and I feel like it deserves support. Without a doubt. You'll throw up? Yeah, no, that's understandable. If you get motion sickness, it will not be a good time playing it. Gonna look something up real quick just to bully me? I don't know how to feel about this. Is that another Nier song? Oh, it is. Oh, this is from Automata, though. I am familiar with this one. I don't remember if it's just because of this playlist or Final Fantasy stuff. Set up your PS4 and try it out. Let's go! If you do, come back and let me know what you think. I adore that game. Not right now, of course. Oh yeah, of course. But like, yeah, if you do get around to it, come back and let me know. I'll be so happy. EP. Also, another game that I wish would get more recognition, and the offsetting thing about this is it actually got a port, but so it had one game that was translated into English and one game that wasn't. So it got a port, and they didn't port the English version, I think, because they ported the games together. I think they didn't want to have to translate the other one, which is such a shame. That game is... What is that game? AR No Surge, I had to remember. AR No Surge, Ode to an Unborn Star. Such a pretty game. It had a prequel, Seal No Surge or something. I never got to play that one because yeah, like lack of translation or whatever. But absolutely gorgeous game. It's very like, it does get very ooh-woo, but the underlying plot is still absolutely amazing. And it's a game that's very heavily focused around singing too. It's like you have your main character will fight, and then he'll have his companion character who sings for him to power him up in battle. And it's so pretty. I want more people to play it. Apparently, in other countries, like I think America and stuff, you have that PlayStation subscription thing where like you pay more and you get like the library of PlayStation games. I think apparently the game is there, but we don't have that subscription thing here in Australia, so I can't get like modern access to it, which is a real bummer. But yeah, they ported the game but didn't port it in English. And for a long time I was holding out hope that maybe we would get an English release, but I think it's been years at this point and we still haven't, so I am upsetty spaghetti about that one. Couldn't find the copy on the fly. You got your friend's copy here somewhere? Oh. To be fair, if we're talking about Gravity Rush, I do have Gravity. Like, I do have a physical copy of Gravity Rush somewhere. I think I have physical copy. I think I have physical copy. Oh, I can't English. Physical copy. I don't know where copity's coming from. Hippity hoppity, I'm stealing your copy. No, I think I have a physical copy of the first and second one. Ren Brain left the building. It happens a lot while I'm streaming. It's very unfortunate. Yes, I have no jelly about Gravity Rush because I have it. I have a lot of errors sometimes when you speak, so you can relate. Yeah, it doesn't help. I feel like I need to slow down with how I talk, but I have too many thoughts and not enough time to get them out. Or if I don't get them out quick enough, I'll forget. Brain too fast, mouth too slow. Yeah. Oh, this is how I feel when doing I was gonna say JRPGs. Mostly JRPGs because they're very wordy. But games in general. When I'm playing games on stream and you're kind of like, you know, it feels like you're legally obligated to read them out loud, it's so hard for me to do because it means I need to slow down. Because if I read everything in my head, I read through it very quickly and I can get through it all, you know, with speed. But if I have to stop and read it out for people, then things slow down a lot and it's a little bit frustrating. I'm more used to it these days, but yeah, I used to hate stopping and reading things out because of that. These days, I don't mind. I'm not good at it. You know, I don't like putting on voices and stuff, but it's better. I think it also helps that I started to like slow down skipping through the text too. Like I try to give people a chance to read it if I'm not reading it out loud. AR Nurseage, your friend was a huge fan. Yippee! A fellow cultured person. I don't know if I can find something like easily off the fly music from it. You don't think you'd be able to read things out loud when playing and or streaming? It takes a bit of getting used to. Let's see. Da 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 da. You think they like the girl with glasses who's a villain a lot? I think I know who you're talking about. I think some of them are portrayed as villains like early on, but not like the whole time. Me, where's my YouTube sauce? Tasty, tasty sauce. What's everyone's favorite condiment? What's your favorite sauce? I like, and most people haven't tried this, I really like supercharger sauce from KFC, which is like it's a spicy mayo. It's an orange spicy mayo kind of thing. But yeah, it's not a worldwide thing, which is such a shame. I think it's kind of like a peri peri mayo, but a little bit different. Mayo, an extremely spicy hot sauce. Oh god, I couldn't handle it. Took me a while to get used to sriracha even. Why is this so... Oh, I think I set it up to be on my other monitor. No? Hey? Why is my YouTube crop bad? What happened? This is supposed to be set up perfectly. There must have been something I was... It might... No, it's not set up for shorts either. I'm legally obligated to play the opening for AR No Search. Old, so it's kind of not the best quality. It's such a good game. Ah, I'm so sad it's not ported to PC so I can make more people play it. Only experience is watching a playthrough of it by Redacted. Yeah, that makes sense. Redacted played it because I made him play it. Be right back. Okay. I didn't realize it was the same singer for Yumeneko though. But yes, absolutely love that game. A lot of it is a bit like hee hee ha ha ooh woo stuff, like a little bit like Hyperdimension Neptunia vibes, but like the overall story is fantastic and the concept of it. I have some other songs here. I don't know which one's actually good though. Felt like I was gonna sneeze the third time, but it didn't happen. Yeah, the OST is very nice too. A lot of just really pretty music. I am big fan. I don't know if I have any other ones where they actually sing. Loud. Oh, it has to be the ones with the weird names, that's right. That was the really good one. Well, they're all really good. Oh, this one was nice. It's such a shame. So this game has multiple endings, and my favorite ending was not the true ending, and that makes me sad. But you get a different song at the end depending on which ending it is. But it's a really pretty game. It's interesting because it's kind of based around you as a person. Like, it's made to be like breaking the fourth wall, and legitimately you as the player are the person who is taking control of two of the characters. And it's a whole thing of like, there's a robot that you inhabit, so that's normal. But then you kind of start taking over the personality of one of the other characters, so he's mostly independent, but then he has a lot of like, wait, I don't know why I went here, I don't know why I'm doing this, and starts losing his senses because you as a player are taking over what he does. I think they did it really, really well. Bloody Phantom, thank you for the follow, welcome. Yes, I don't know. I still have a little bit of copium that maybe one day they will give us the port, but I acknowledge it's not very likely after so long. Yes, anyway, back to the other music. Alright. I'm also legally obligated to go to Google it. Here, no sir. If I can spell AC English? I believe if we got Vesperia port, everything is possible. Yeah, I guess, specifically the PlayStation 3 version. But I think the Tales of series is a lot more popular, and that makes a difference. Yeah, apparently it's been out on PC for a few years and just nothing. Yeah, that's a real bummer because I think the only reason it didn't get the English port is just because they tried to release it as a like package thing with the other game. I would rather they had done an independent release so we could actually have them. Oh well. Okay. But yeah, I don't know, Sync. I'm still waiting for the Zillia port. One day. Please, I need it. Mind you, I still need to play Tales of Graces. I don't know if that's an on-stream or an off-stream thing. But I think at the very least I need to finish I need to finish Persona 3 first. Then I do want to continue what's it called? The Trail series. Man, I'm also very keen. I'm so keen. So unbelievably keen, Sync, to see you play Tokyo Xanadu. It's made by the same people who did the Trail series. But yeah, it's very bare bones. It's very much like... It's a bit like Tales of Cross, like, Hyperdimension Neptunia or something. Like, the dungeons aren't very, fleshed out, I will say. But the story is amazing. It's still fun to play, though. It's still fun. It can still be quite challenging. But yes. Story, top tier. I'm so ready to watch you bawl your eyes out. As me and the two others who I had play it did. But whenever you play it, I will have to make sure. Like, even if you play it on stream, I'll have to make sure I'm there for a few key moments because you just need to make sure you're thorough when you play to be able to get the true ending. I don't think it's very hard to... I think as long as you, like, are someone who likes to explore everything, then you will get the true ending, but I do need to brush up on what it takes to actually trigger it. Because the true ending is like a whole, like, extra section to the game. Like, it's not like... You're not... But it's not like just, oh, it's an extra cutscene. Like, no, it's like it is like playing Persona 5 Royal and not getting the extra semester. That's the level of extra ending that we're talking about here. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it takes, but I'll make sure you get it. It's very important. Well, some people kind of argue that they don't like the true ending. I think it's like specifically... This is like Tokyo Xanadu EX, and I think the extra ending came through the EX part. So some people are kind of like they preferred where it ended with the original game, but I don't. I like what they did for the extra stuff. I really don't understand the argument otherwise. Your tunnel vision's so hard. It'll be interesting to see how you play it. But it does also have the haha funny hangout system, so at least you're used to that. But yeah, it does have the, like, you have limited opportunities to hang out with people at X time, so you need to choose who to prioritize. I don't remember what benefits you get from hanging out with people though, if it's just like friendship points or whatever. I don't remember if you need to be good friends with a couple people for the good ending or not. I don't think so. I think you can get an extra scene with a couple of the main characters if you do it well, but that's neither here nor there. You know what, let me look it up for the sake of it. Tokyo Xanadu true ending requirements. If you like the story, you'll do everything in your power to not grind and just play the story. That's funny. Well, it depends. Do you consider like side quests to be grinding if they give you additional context on the characters in the story? Wait, hang on. I forgot how I asked that question. Is it yes that you will do the side quests or yes you will skip them? To get the true ending, you must finish the epilogue, and to enter the epilogue, you must have a total of 8 stars of Ko's 3 stats. If you don't meet the requirement, then you won't be able to continue to epilogue. You're required to watch the normal end before continuing to the epilogue, so there's no reason to not fulfill the requirement. Okay, I need to double check. But yes, you will skip. But you don't like the side characters? How could you do such a thing? It's world building and getting to spend more time with the main characters. I feel like the game is more impactful if you do the side quests because you get to know the people more. But yes, looking at this, if I remember correctly, it's quite easy to get the thing. I don't know if you need to focus on side quests to make sure you get it. I don't remember exactly how you get the additional stats. But yeah, it's a bit like Persona, where you have to up your social stats. And you have 3 of said stats, and you need to. I don't know if it's maxing them out, but you need like a few points in each of them. So yeah, you just have to make sure you're doing whatever you can to like better your character. I just don't remember exactly what it is that you need to do. RPGs are so long. Yeah, but isn't the world building worth it? I don't remember how long Tokyo Xanadu is exactly. I don't think I've actually played it on PC, so... Or I might have started it, but I don't think I got very far. I just ended up watching other people play. My main playthrough was on PlayStation 3? 4? I don't know. One of the two. T-O... No, I must have it in a different spot. A-T-T... Under T. Not there? Here it is. Tokyo Xanadu. Oh yeah, I've only played for 2 hours on PC. Depends on the world. At the very least, it starts off very casual, kind of like Persona 5-esque, where like you're just in a normal world. Kind of. Yeah, it's very much like those, where it's like you're in a normal world, but like weird things are happening. I think you can definitely draw similarities with Persona 5. But I suppose that's up to you to work out. What is this theme? World of Final Fantasy original soundtrack. Interesting. Because I know they use this song or a remake of this song in Final Fantasy 14. And oh my god, I cried so hard at one of the times when they played this. Oh, it's like a happy tears moment too. It's not very often that a game or anime or whatever makes me emotional because of something happy. But man, Final Fantasy 14 was a lot. Specifically Shadowbringers. The amount of emotions in Shadowbringers, I guess Endwalker too. Oh my god. Man, I want Sync to play Final Fantasy 14 as well, but it's such a commitment. Endwalker killed you. I think Endwalker didn't hit me as hard as it could have, like particularly in the ending sequence, like where things are like not going very well. But I remember watching Nazu play and he was distraught. It was great. It was great to see. But they did such a good job. Their writing in Shadowbringers and Endwalker is like immaculate. Shadowbringers was a lot though. Like Shadowbringers made the game so much more morbid. I was shocked. Like yes, they'd always dealt with dark themes here and there, but like the whole concept of Shadowbringers was just really depressing. Actually, speaking of depressing games, one day I will replay that funny like Promise Neverland rip-off farming game. I don't remember what it's called. I know Sync knows the one, if she remembers from me saying that. But like, because they updated the way it plays a little bit and added some extra context and stuff. So like, I'd like to see what they did. Apparently like they expanded on the ending and whatnot. But yeah, I'd really like to go through that again at some point. Still a little bit frustrated, but they just ripped off Promise Neverland for the plot though. Like, it would have been cool if they had have done something unique. Not played it as some like revolutionary thing and then it turns out it's just Promise Neverland. I'm trying to find what it's called. It's been so long, I don't remember when I actually like I'm looking through my Steam thing for like what I added like recently, everything in order to see if I can find it. God, I have so many games I haven't played. Then the meds you take make it like 3 times as hard for emotions to kick in for you. Aww. I have toxic masculinity, we'll say. Growing up in pretty much like an all-male family and their friends and stuff, the toxic masculinity kind of rubbed off on me. So it's harder for me to be emotional in front of people. So like things that would make me cry a lot if I played them off stream often will not make me cry on stream. Like it has to be like really intensive for me to give into it. Oh, Harvest Island, that's what it's called. Like Yakuza? Oh, I would have like bawled my eyes out in that one game I played on stream. It made me sad, but like not as sad as I could. I think saying I was a wreck is an exaggeration. It was very sad, but I would have been so much more upset if I played that off stream. Oh my god, what an emotional game. More people need to play that one. It's a shame because it's like, it's portrayed as a spin-off side game. I was not okay. Yeah, but like, I was It's not that bad. It's nowhere near as bad as it would have been if I wasn't streaming. I'm not trying to say I was okay, but like comparative to how I would be off stream, like I was fine. I was upset, but the tears were minimal. But yeah, a lot of people haven't played that one because it's not marked as a mainline game. It's still like technically a spin-off. But like, I think that game is so important for Kiryu's character and like getting like closure on his situation. Like obviously he still is in the other game, but like you see him like when he's much older. Oh my god. The ending for that, the fact that like a lot of people haven't seen the ending for that just because they dismiss it as a side game is crazy. You cry hard. I cry hard off stream, just not on stream. Like it has to be really like major hit in the feels, and even then it's like just not much. Or games that deal with emotional stuff to do with cats, that's hard for me. That's the kind of stuff like it makes me want to end stream because I don't want to cry on stream. It's really hard for me. Yes, I know when I was playing the Yakuza game, I was not the only one who was upset by the end of that game. It's just when you see a strong, prideful guy break down because of the situation, like, man. It's okay, you cry for me. Thank you. I need this. That's why I need to watch you play Tokyo Xanadu. I need to see if the game makes you cry. I don't remember if it was Tokyo Xanadu. I think like there was a game that Redacted played that I had made a comment that like I thought it was funny because the things that upset him were very different to the things that upset me. And he got really upset about that because he was like, you know, he wasn't living up to my expectations or whatever. And I'm like, bruh, I don't care. I just think it's funny. Like everyone takes things differently, but like he would make jokes about things that upset me. Oh no, I think it was Tales of Zillia actually. But it's like he would like get really upset and cry about things that I didn't. But then some of the things that did make me upset, he would like kind of laugh off and make jokes about. Yeah, I pointed that out as an observation and he got really upset that he wasn't doing it right. Like, oh my god, God forbid you are your own person. Like, do I think it'll be neat if people get upset and emotional about the things that I did? Yeah, sure. Do I care if they don't? No. I want people to have their own unique experience of the game. Not an exam, right? Can you imagine being so caught up on how someone perceives you that you think your own reactions to things are not enough? Like, you need to sit there and analyze how you react to something to make it more in line with that person? That's insane. I tried to handle a lot of that stuff, like, gently and slowly work through things a lot at that time, but like, I really wish for a lot of it that I was stricter and spoke my mind more and didn't just try and like baby through it, you know? Because looking back on it, I'm like, man, it's not good. You acknowledge that you're an emotional crybaby? Mood, but yeah, again, off stream, emotional crybaby. On stream is very hard for me. Which is kind of a shame too, because I can't exactly say I have a lesser experience on stream, but like, it's weird playing games and not having the same level of emotion that I would as, you know, if I did it off stream. Like, is it a better experience if I cry? I don't know. Maybe it's a better experience if I don't feel like I have to hold my emotions back. And I know none of you guys would judge me for it. I know no one's gonna sit there and be like, oh, hee hee ha ha, the streamer cried, boo hoo, you know. I know none of you guys are gonna like make fun of me or anything, but that's why I say I have the toxic masculinity rubbed off on me, because I just can't, you know? Anyway, speaking of, hey Sync, when are you gonna finish Metaphor? Oh yeah, unrelated. Related to stream. So I think I mentioned that the ceiling fan in my bedroom stopped working a couple weeks ago. Like, you know, I always put the fan on when I sleep. And so I had the fan on, woke up, turned it off, came to my computer room for the day, went back to my bedroom, went to turn it on for the night, and it was just making a buzzing sound. Like, it's not really working, so I turned it off. Kind of like checked it a little bit, cleaned it off, turned it on again. Then like the lowest speed just doesn't work anymore. And then the fastest and middle speeds make that buzzing sound. So I don't use it, obviously it doesn't feel safe to. But because of that, I'm waiting on maintenance to get it fixed. So, you know, we had a couple guys come recently to check the smoke alarms in the house and make sure they're all working properly, and he kind of like looked at the fan while he was here, but like we're waiting for the landlord to like officially set up to do the maintenance. But I don't know how much notice we get. Last time it happened, my housemate messaged me like that morning that like the guys would be showing up in the next half an hour. I don't know if that's like the little amount of notice we get or if they just forgot to tell me sooner. I didn't think to ask. But the problem with that is it's kind of left me in an awkward position where, you know, lately I've done a couple streams where I start much later in the morning, evening, whatever, time zones be damned. You know, the streams where I start like a couple hours later than now. But it's hard for me to do those right now because I don't know when the maintenance is gonna happen. Because if it happens at like 8:30 in the morning for me again, I imagine they're gonna have to turn the power off while they like fix the fan. Because I think the guy was saying something like the motor in the fan is probably worn out. So yeah, I imagine it's something where they're gonna have to like turn the power off while they take it down and like replace it. So anyway, long story short, I don't want to be streaming if there's a chance that the power is going to have to be turned off. But I just have no notice of when the maintenance is gonna happen until like that morning apparently. And it seems like they probably call or message my housemate. They don't email the normal email for all of us. I think they just directly contact her as the main contact. So yeah, I can ask her if she had more notice about the other time, in which case it might be alright. But yeah, until that happens, I'm a little bit wary of doing late streams. I can stream up until they arrive if I start early, that's fine. But yeah, I don't want to start a stream and be cut off like an hour or so later. I think that'd be a shame. It's also a little bit tedious because I'm going out of my way to make sure my room is like super neat and tidy every single day. Because, you know, obviously I don't want them to show up and have like bedding out of place and stuff. It doesn't matter, I'm sure. I think if you are a what do you call it, like a mechanic, like a maintenance person, a plumber, whatever, you've probably seen like the worst of people's lives. You've probably seen the family with like 7 kids who has shit everywhere. But I still get self-conscious and I don't want them to see my room being messy. I don't think my room really does get messy, but you know, sometimes there are things left out and about that sometimes there's ooh-woo things left out and about that obviously I don't want them to see, and sometimes I have like my towel hung up on a rack or, I don't know, just bedding out of place. And they don't need to see all that. And I really should have done this little bit that I'm doing right now off stream. It would have been done so much quicker. I have learned that I am very irresponsible when I'm streaming lately. Alright, that should be everything. Then we have both of them here. That actually lines up really, really well. I'm pretty happy with that. I know I kind of traced my art to do it, but like, still, to actually see it in motion together like that I think is quite good. Alright, so I no longer need this one. Maybe I can keep it open just for the sake of it. Yes, we go over here and I want to separate out the eye layer. Just gonna do this with a different color. I'm working at a bit of an inconvenient scale because I was trying to match the other one, which I suppose it just stays that way. So I'm not working pixel by pixel. This is normal pixel size. I'm working at 3 pixels. So technically I could set up a grid for it, but it's fine. If you do a grid, then you can do snap to grid, which makes it a little bit easier. Let me take that without the eyebrows. And I can easily copy the eyes over to all of them. And we'll do the eyebrows on this one. I should have changed the color first. Oh well. Oh, I think I mentioned it recently as well, but I've been playing Sandrock recently, my time at Sandrock. So I never ended up finishing my time at Portia, but you know, I had a lot of fun with it for a while I did play. But yes, so I've moved on and started playing Sandrock, and oh my goodness, it's such a good game. I'm having a very good time with it. I'm very addicted to it. But I'm playing it off stream, and that kind of makes my life difficult because I'm like, I could stream, or I could just, you know, not and play Portia. I mean Sandrock. But of course, you've been trying to tell me, yeah, but I still would like to have finished Portia first. You know, I have my reasons for moving on sooner. But, like, I still think it would have been worth finishing Portia, because they do have nods between the 2 games. I know you can play them independently, but I still think it's a better experience if you finish Portia first. Particularly with some of the things I've seen about the game. But yes, anyway, so I've been playing that. Of course, I hate myself, so I decided naturally that Fang is the character I want to romance, and Fang's the frustrating standoffish character that makes your life very difficult trying to romance. I've gotten him to start talking to me though. His request's so annoying. No spoilies because I'm still not super far with it, but like, I've at least gotten him to start talking to me. He still won't accept my gifts. Again, no spoilies. But yes, he at least talks to me now. This feels like toxic relationship stuff. It's okay, at least he talks to me. He doesn't show me any interest or anything else or let me do anything or spend time with me, but at least he talks to me. Yes. So I've been dealing with that. He notices me here. Yippee. It's okay. He's still my husband, though. I will work through it. Instantly knew who I was gunning for. Yeah, I'd forgotten, like, because I've seen all of the bachelors and bachelorettes for Sandrock before, and especially like with the My Time at Evershine thing. They had like voting for characters from past games that could reappear in Evershine. I think Fang may have been voted in as one of them. But I'd forgotten about him by the time I actually played the game. And of course, I know things like, you know, the other, like the secret meal that you can romance and all that stuff, but like it doesn't really interest me. I think that guy looks goofy as heck because his head is too big. I've seen what he looks like with the mask off, and his head is too big. He looks stupid. So anyway, personality aside, I'm not too keen on that one. That being said, considering that I was just judging that guy for his looks, I briefly considered Miguel because of his voice. And Miguel is like one of the most unattractive guys in the game because he has a big old like red honker nose, and you know, he's got the little beauty mark on his chin. I'm not a fan of those. And not to mention his face being like rectangle. But he has a really nice voice despite being Mr. Devout Churchman, which obviously I am not of faith. Yes, I briefly considered Miguel because of his voice. I'm like, I'm probably not actually going to do this, but like, there are worse options. You know, I could go for Burgers or Elsie. Oh god, I hate Elsie. But yes, then I saw Fang and I'm like, ah yes, my beloved, how could I ever consider anything else? Yes, Elsie is like the worst character in the game, or Pen. I would take Pen any day over like Elsie or Arvio or Burgess, or I think there's at least one or two other characters. Katori. God, I hate Katori. I got into the bit where she's trying to go through the whole Katori world thing, and I'm like, how up yourself can you be? And you can tell her that it sounds narcissistic, and she's like, oh, but it needs a mascot, and I can be the mascot. Like, lady, you're just some Jersey woman who wants her own TV show. Can't stand Katori. Yeah, I would take Pen any day over those characters. Also, it's so funny. Pen is absolutely somebody's passion project. They gave that man way too much, like, personality. Like, when you actually do his side quests and his friendship stuff, like, Pen is absolutely somebody's passion project. It's so funny. He's great. He's not he's not really a character that I would happily romance, but I appreciate what they put into him. Can't stand him, that's understandable. But we're his first friend. How could you do that to him? Yeah, no, so far, Elsie's the worst character, and it really sucks because you're forced through a handful of quests with Elsie really early on, so like Elsie quickly becomes like your top character for a little bit because of just all the quests, like the horse riding and stuff that you need to do. And I'm like, oh god. You can look in a mirror for a friend. Me. Ugh. Yeah, cannot stand Elsie. Burgers isn't much better. Mr. Burger Sauce. I think there's a little bit of hee hee ha ha with Burgers, but like it drags on too much. There's one particular quest where you need to go around and confront a few people with him, and I'm like, this has been going on for too long. I'm so tired of listening to him talk. His heart's in the right place, but oh my god. Also, the first thing I did when I started that game was attempt to chop down a tree in front of my house and got told that if I do it again, I'm gonna cop a fine. So that's great. That's fun. I am now forever anxious. I'm so glad that your weapons don't damage things. Like you specifically need to use an axe to chop down a tree. I would be very upset if using your sword or the pick hammer could damage trees because I would have cut down a lot of them just fighting enemies. Conserve water? No you. Oh my god. Also, Sandrock is a lot like... I feel like harder maybe is a strong word, but it's definitely a lot more than Portia because you start off the game and they kind of tell you about the recycler and scrap, but I didn't realize that it was like so important that you would not really have any wood unless you were buying it or recycling scrap. Like, it is so important. You can't do anything without the recycler. So I was off to a bit of a slow start because of that, because I didn't realize just how important that was at first. And then the water system as well is a lot because you need water to cool your machines. And of course, they're trying to conserve water. So, you know, there's a few ways you can get water, but like, as long as you're regularly buying it, so you can buy water cheap for anywhere for 5 to 25 units, and then it goes up in price. And you can do that kind of daily depending on how much they have, which is okay for a while. And then suddenly you're planting a bunch of crops and running more and more machines and you just can't keep up with it. And that becomes really rough for a little while. However, I finally have the solution to my problems. The dog. I have adopted the dog and now the dog goes and gets water for me. It's only a little bit. It's only like, you know, 4 to 6 a day. But that's huge. That with like my 5 dew collectors and stuff, it's like finally I am sustaining things. Now I just need to work on befriending a couple more pets and getting more to do my bidding and get water for me. But yeah, that's been rough getting a handle on, just like working things out, and it's more to manage. Like, yeah, definitely more material management than Portia is absolutely true. It's good though. I'm enjoying it. then doing the hee hee ha ha, getting things to slink ahead into areas where I shouldn't be before the story takes me there so I can get more materials. Like, there's a poisonous gas area off to the side of the town. But you can go in there. It hurts you. It hurts you when you're in there, but you can run in for a little bit and try and pick up aluminium and stuff while you're in there. So of course I've been doing that a bit. But I finally got the hazmat suit, so now I can go in there properly. They still haven't told me to go in there, but I would rather go in and get the scrap before I need it so I can start getting the materials in advance. So, teehee. But it took me a long time to actually explore over in that direction. I just kept forgetting about it. I just didn't think there'd be much over there. Turns out there is. And it also turns out, though I don't really have much shame. Depending on the game, I am okay with looking up what to give characters that I want to befriend, because I'm really bad with that kind of thing. I'm really bad with like keeping up with interacting with everybody and trying to give them things, so a little bit of a boost is nice. I have learned that the two cats that you cannot adopt, like one of the gems that you get in the poisonous area, and that's very useful to me. Actually, on that note, one thing that's kind of frustrating is the gift deterioration, I'll say. Where if you give someone an item too many times in a row, they don't like it as much. Like, you get like half the points if you give it to them too many times. And it just means you need to alternate. Like, if you give someone like 5 of the same item in a row, they might not like it as much, but you just give them one other thing and then you can give them another 5. From what I gather, at least. So, yeah. Needing to alternate the gifts is a little bit troublesome, but it's fine. I just don't think I've dealt with a game that had that system before. You wanna play Sandrock? Did you finish the story sync? I don't remember. Like, would you just continue your game or would you start again? You're close? That's such a mood. Get close to finishing a game, then just drop it. I've done that so many times. Also, next question. When are you streaming today? Are you gonna stream at the same time that you were scheduled to yesterday? What did Taka say? 32 minutes, so that would have been 9 AM for me, so in 4 hours? Stretch. Scooch, scooch. My butt cheek hurts. Cheeks, rather. When it's cold weather, I always like sit and wrap a blanket around my waist. But the blanket makes me kind of like slip down on my chair a little bit. And slipping down on my chair is bad posture, and bad posture makes my butt cheeks hurt. Woe is me. The trials of trying to stay warm. Oh, I was thinking the other day, there's a Final Fantasy playlist I haven't listened to for a while. Final Fantasy 14 Lo-Fi, I think. Oh, I don't remember which one was the good one. I think this one? Oh, I don't like these videos because they have a little preview section at the start of the video. Start over on Sandrock. 3.5 hours? 3.3 hours? 3 hours. Is you trying to say 3 hours and 30 minutes? Because 3.3 is a weird way to put it. Like, to me, 3.5, I understand why that's weird, but 3.5 makes more sense because that's 3.5. But when you're doing 3.3, it's like you might as well add the extra 0. I don't know, because it's weird to see someone write the hours like that. Because it's not 0.3 of an hour. That'd be 2-ish. It's 0.5. That's why I think people just don't write time like that. Surely I'm not alone in my perception of that. What do you think, Zen? How would you read that? Am I alone in this? 3.5 sounds like 50 minutes? No, 3.5 sounds like 3.5. That's what 3.5 is. 0.5 is half. 3.3 is pretty cute though. Yeah, I don't hate it, but like, it's not standard. 3.5 equals 3.5. Thank you, Nix. No, who taught you to write like this? It's confusing. I will accept 3.30. That makes sense. You don't measure half in time? But what? I've just never seen anybody write time like that in the first place. You just don't measure time that way, full stop, right? So if you're going to apply that kind of measurement to time, you would use something more standard. That's how I see it. Streams can. Oh my goodness. Blame me? What, just because time was? I'm sorry that you have a backwards way of telling the time. I don't know what to tell you. It's okay. You can still be my friend even if you don't know how to write time. Man, looking at the blushy cheeks on this character, well, on my thing here just kind of reminds me. So when you start Sandrock, you know, you have to design your character, but the spot they give you to design your character, the lighting isn't neutral. Like, it's not neutral, and sometimes it's a little bit foggy. So you make your character and you give them little blushies and stuff, and then you start the game, and until I unlocked the hairdresser who could do my makeup, my character looked like they had like a fever and they were dying because my cheeks were so red. Like, the character creator screen does not do justice to the lighting that the actual game has, and it's really, really bad. Yippee! Hey! You know, on that note, I wasn't sure how best to label this emote for commissions. Like, I do want to offer commissions, but I'm like, you know, technically we've decided to base it off of like the happy, happy, happy cat meme thing. So what I call, like, I've kind of just taken to calling it like happy cat emote, but like, would something like a yippee emote be better? Or a dance? Or a jump? Or cheer? I don't know. Because you gotta try and like market things to be where people will find it if they're searching for it, but like, what would you search to find this emote? What would you guys be looking for if you were trying to find this emote? Like what do you perceive this as? Happy jump? Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards that. I also might rename my emote on Twitch accordingly. Def not yippee. Yeah, I was thinking like it kind of gives yippee vibes, but like when I think yippee, I think of the little creature thing. But to me, this is how yippee feels. Yeah, I don't know. Like, oh, hang on. I think in listings you can't give too many tags. I know when you do showcases for things, you can tag like 20 times, but I think in like actual listings for things, you can only tag 5. I think. Happy cat jump sounds fine. People will figure it out, I guess, but you know, it's just trying to make it more searchable on things like VGen. Because VGen is very much like, you get what you look for. Like, obviously, if you just look up emote, you're gonna find like 50,000 emotes. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm trying to work out how to market this to like the standard of emote searching. Ooh. Speaking of combs, might need to snack one. You are more than welcome to if you want to. I would be honored to do more choppy art. But yeah, currently I'm looking at like we have both versions. We have like the slightly more detailed one, and then obviously like the one we were just looking at that is more pixelated. They both look very similar on a small scale. Like, I don't know if you're in my Discord, Choppy, but I've posted both of them in my Discord, and yeah, they're kind of near indistinguishable. I think there's a little bit more definition on the less pixelated one, but like on a small scale, it's practically not even noticeable. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking of offering both. It'll be up to the individual what they choose, but I'm pretty happy with the fact that like they both look almost exactly the same on teeny tiny scale. I was also considering, I really like the scale of this particular art here. I was kind of like, what if I try and make a reactive out of this? I don't know if I will or not, but I think it'd be cute. Welcome back, Suki. Yeah, I'm still not sure, so I'm gonna do 15 USD for these. Same as the yapping emote. I explained this earlier. The yapping emotes are technically less detail. So you could argue that it could cost more. But for me, the yapping emotes are kind of harder because I do them on an angle, which makes me have to think more about it, and like the ear position and stuff is kind of tedious. But these are symmetrical. Well, as symmetrical as they can be. They're upright. So these are easier for me to do. So I'm going to keep them the same price. They're going to be 15 USD again. However, how much do I charge if for whatever reason people want both of them? How much do I charge for both of them together? They're both going to be 15 USD each. Like, they're both going to be the same price because they're both like similar amount of work. In fact, this is probably a little bit more work than the other one for me. But if I do both of them, I don't want to charge 30, you know? But I feel like 25 is too much. Because once I've drawn it once, I can very much just trace it. Like, I think the difficulties of drawing it comes from if people have like ears and stuff and simplifying their design. But once I have that once, it's easier to draw it a second time. So I'm kind of like, an extra 5 is maybe too little, but an extra 10 is maybe too much. I don't know that anybody would want both though. I don't know. So I don't even know if it's worth consideration, but I feel like I should still have the option for in case somebody wants both. Because maybe people are just indecisive. I am indecisive. That's why I'm even considering it. That's great. More Ren art is always good. I appreciate that very much. Also, speaking of reactives and stuff, Choppy, I saw you had a pixel reactive now too. It was very cute. I was lurking on your stream yesterday. What do you guys think? How much is worth it to get both of them? How much would you pay to get both? Hypothetically. I don't think anyone here would really want both, but like, hypothetically, if you were to get both of them, how much would you think is reasonable to pay? Both of them being the two different versions. Hello, Pixel Art EP. $25 is fair to you? It doesn't feel like too much paying an extra 10 from just getting one? Like, technically they are still pretty different, so like... I think it's fine. I just don't want to be a ripoff, you know? And again, I still think this is a very, like... I'll be surprised if anybody gets both. It's a very, like, specific thing. But yeah. I was also considering if I could offer an additional for this, but I might just do it by default. If I give people this frame and this frame as like if people want to use it as a reactive or whatever, I think it could be cute to give them those two. So yeah, that might be something I do by just default for the commission, so that way people can have like Discord reactives as a double up if they want to. Well, okay, I guess there's the two frames, or I just give them like this one on the left side, and then they can use the animated one as like a talking one, but I don't know. I like versatility. I've been very clear about this the whole time, I think, but to me, the more use people can get out of things, the better, because that's how I commission things too. I commission things with the idea of like multi-purpose. Like if I'm gonna get art, I very much like getting landscape art, because landscape art is better to use for stream assets, like a be right back screen, starting screen, ending screen, whatever. Banners and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very partial to landscape art as it's more useful. And if you want to use it for schedules or whatever, you can just have it as a whole background, or you can crop it. So yeah, I always try and have that in mind. I don't know, for you, since you're dirt poor, you wouldn't be able to get anything, but you do your own stuff anyway. That's fair. Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from with that too. Like, it can be very hard gauging a price on something you wouldn't get. I've definitely had I think in particular Void asking me about things like this, where it's like, you know, how much would you pay for something like this? And it's like, well, hypothetically, probably this, but also like, can I afford that is another question. Or sometimes not even necessarily can I afford it, more like, can I justify it? Ugh. Yes. These are also definitely one of those commissions where it's a bit like one size fits all. I don't like doing multi-price commissions, which is kind of rough, but I have to price it in a way where I'm okay with, like, for example, mine's quite easy. Well, ish. I have animal ears, so obviously I make those flop. But the outfit doesn't change because it doesn't have sleeves. However, if I were to do one for Choppy, for example, I would need to draw the sleeves 4 different times. And also ears. So like there's more work in that. But then if I were to draw someone that has, you know, a short thing like this and no animal ears, then it's a lot less work again. So that's always a hard thing with pricing too. I don't like doing complexity fees. I don't like people needing to second guess whether or not they can afford something, you know, because they're not sure. Obviously when I do things like the pixel model, there will be complexity fees. I think on bigger commissions it's easier, but if you're getting an emote, you don't want to think about that. You don't want to have to think about like, well, am I gonna need to pay an extra 50% or whatever. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't judge people for doing that on anything. It's just I don't want to. I don't like making my listings complicated, and I'd rather just have a price that is good enough for me. And if I end up doing more work than is worth the money, then I don't care because I enjoy doing it. I like doing pixel art, and if I do it on stream, it doubles as content, so like I don't care if I take a loss on the work I put into it. So yeah, it's always interesting trying to work out pricing and stuff. Also, if anyone is committed to wanting one of these and wants to be like sent the listing when it's ready, let me know. Otherwise, if anyone's following me on VGen, you'll get the notification when it goes up. I don't know if I'll try and get it up today or not. You want the listing when it goes up, Chompy? Technically, I could throw together a very bare bones one quickly, but like I want to try and like take the time to look through the new stuff because I haven't put up a VGen listing in a little while, and I think they've made the features of it a little bit better. So maybe after stream, I'll sit down and take a look at it. If the listing's not complete, I can just send private links to it, since I trust you guys to like know my terms and such. As you said, Renar is always good. You're too kind. I appreciate you guys so much, the people that keep coming back for my work. Yes, I will make a note. I'll let you guys, Nix and Choppy, I'll let you guys know when I have the listing up. You'll probably get email notification anyway, but still. Been too long since you got Ren art. Yeah, Ren hasn't been very good with putting up new listings and stuff, and then obviously some of the stuff that I already owe you, such as the pixel model, that's kind of on hold. Well, it's partially you working out your design, but it's also me trying to make sure Void and I are fully set on the base before I commit to doing things properly. Note message, Nick and Choppy. He, cat, jump, um. Yes. I suppose after I've worked this out, I do have some like I need to chip away at my backlog. I need to get a couple things, the pixel model done. Um, but I think the next commission listing is gonna be the female NSFW thing. I wish I could do like a male variant, but it's hard. Unless you're like a twinky guy with a big old booty, then it's hard for me to do mask ones. It was enough for me to draw the body as it is without needing to redraw it as a bit more of a like a chunky figure, you know? Even different body types are hard for me. I know there's the argument that like, oh, you're an artist, you should learn different body types, blah blah blah. But I am still a very inexperienced artist, and it's a lot of work for me to redraw things and make them look good. I'm too picky for this shit. So, although I can give you like a bigger booba, if you want like whole body shape change, I don't know about that one. One day I want to be on that level, don't get me wrong, I just don't think I am yet. Like, I could, but it'd take me a lot of work. And I think I have too much on the go to try and get too many new things out, like, especially when they're less common. Like, realistically, unless you're known for it, you're not going to get many commissions for the different body types. So that's why YCH stuff is kind of hard too. Like, yes, it's set and forget, you draw it once and you're fine. But, you know, you're gonna get a lot more people with like standard figures. Like either side, whether it's male or female, you're gonna get a lot more people with like standard figures than anything like unique, like super skinny, super thick, super muscly, are all very less, much less common. So yeah, it's kind of hard trying to take the time to put into it when it's like, will I even get one person who commissions me for this, you know? But one day, especially when I try and get my stuff more out there, I would like to be more accommodating for different types. Though, of course, on the note of different things like that, one thing I will not stand for is the people that are like, I can't do people of color. That's crazy talk. As someone who has to cry over pixels trying to make specific super curly hair and stuff, I still think it's doable. I'm still very proud of the couple things I did for Syl on that note. Like, where are the Syl arts? We have this one. Obviously on this scale it's very hard, but I just tried to do like gradient on the kind of grid to show tight curls. But I'm proud of how this one came out, and then Bill actually made a video talking about like when there was the thing of like, you know, as a person of color, like of course you have to do all these things. They made a video about it and actually used the model that was made from this in that video, which kind of feels like, I don't know, it feels like you've done something right when someone's talking about all the struggles they go through with those designs and they use this kind of thing for it. It's like, oh, I did it well, yippee. And I think I also did, yeah, there was also this one, the higher detail trying to capture curls thing a little. Oh, that was just the straight up image. This one was a bit alert though. Yeah, that was hard. This one's really hard trying to make it like independent strands of curls. I think it came out okay though, despite the mess of pixels everywhere. Anyway, that's a whole lost tangent. Yes. The point of today was I wanted to set up the file and then do one of these as a gift. And I mentioned earlier, but the one I'm doing as a gift is for Remy. My dear mommy Remy. Let me see if I can find Remy's reference. Gotta double check it's the most like up-to-date one because I know Remy's changed things a lot. Mind you, I don't think the head of the model has changed for a while. Like rigging, yes, I know Remy has re-rigged the mouth like 3 or 4 times, but yeah, like actual design-wise, hasn't really changed. Most recent Remy art I've done, I guess it's the pixel model base thing, because I'll probably color pick from that to make my life a little bit easier. Open that image in another tab, and where is it? Hippie Remy. There we go. I don't know how I'm gonna make it fit though. Like, this is the one issue that I wasn't sure how to handle with this emote. So, if it's a character that is very tall, things are gonna go off the screen. In the case of Remy, the horns aren't going to fit. So the question is, do I just accept the horns being cut off, or do I do like a bigger crop? But if I do a bigger crop, it's harder to read and it makes the emotes inconsistent. Or the other option is like, do I like really like smush the horns? I don't really want to smush the horns. I don't know what's better. Either horn smush or horns poke off screen. I don't really have much choice there. I also wanted to do a yapping emote for Remy. I haven't done that yet. I wanted to do one to match the Zuzu one. We do this first. This is my new, I don't know if I can say hyperfixation. I don't know if it'll stay there. Oh no. I don't know if I responded to the Lyra redeems, but I saw DMs from Lyra that they did the redeems and then immediately got 3 minutes of ads. Oh, that's always the worst. I get that a bit too. You know, I don't chat in people's streams much, but like the amount of times I go to someone's stream and I'm lurking for like half an hour or so, and then I finally decide to say something and cop an ad immediately. It feels bad, man. Well, let me just wait for Lyra to be back from ads, and then I think I'm gonna take a quick break myself. Also, unrelated, it feels very good to have a pixel version of this emote. Like, I don't know if this is going to be what people go for. I will not be surprised if the slightly more detailed version is in higher demand. Quote unquote detailed. I wouldn't say is the higher resolution version, I guess we'll call it. Higher pixel? I shrug. I wouldn't be surprised if the other version is the one more in demand, but I feel less like a phony doing this. Like, it feels weird to use a sprite to do pixel art and have it barely be pixel art as this one. Like, yes, if you look at it on this scale, yes, it's pixel art. But it doesn't take much to like zoom out and be like, well, is it really? I guess it doesn't feel like pixel art when I'm not like specifically pixeling, if that makes sense. Like, you know, if I'm drawing like this, it doesn't feel like I'm trying to do pixel art as much as it does if I'm doing like this, you know? Maybe that's a me issue. Maybe that's less a normally perceived thing and it's just a me issue. Anyway, Lyra, I assume you are back from ads. So hello, Lyra. I love you too. Thank you. Huh. Yeah. Let me just pop that up and then... Actually, I don't like looking at these without the background. Go through here. Pop that up. Oh. Very good, Lyra. Thank you. Sip my energy drink. Oh yeah, before I forget, silly little thing. I bought a bottle of that funny blue Pepsi. I am not a Pepsi enjoyer, never have been, but I'm really intrigued by the blue Pepsi, so yeah, I got a bottle of that to try. Curious how it'll go. I think it's just like lemonade or something, right? But every new flavor that's being released of like common soda things now or energy drinks or whatever is all like zero sugar, which means they are subject to the weird aftertaste. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, I feel like that immediately makes it like, oh, it's not going to be as good. Pain. It's not too bad. The bottle of the Pepsi for like over a liter is like $3.50, and I just looked it up to see if I could check what flavor it is, and it's now only $2, like it's on sale. Figures I bought it yesterday and now it's on sale. Anyway. Pepsi Max Cola taste with the refreshing, zesty citrus twist. Citrus flavor cola. So it's like lemonade cola-ish? Well, that's weird. I thought it was just lemonade, but if it's like actually a lemony cola. Can't drink Pepsi anymore because I'm adding artificial sweeteners. Is like just Pepsi? Is that applicable to like Coke as well and like other common cola brands? I don't really know much about it all. All I know is like, yeah, I've never liked the taste of Pepsi. Actually, I think the only time Pepsi was acceptable or like a non-Coca-Cola branded one was when it was made from syrup. Like how you get like the syrup mixer things when it's at like fast food places and stuff. I remember what's it called? IKEA had like one of the generic mixer cola things, and that was okay. I bought a lot of things yesterday that weren't on sale. Now I'm like, dare I look at what I bought yesterday and see how many things are now on sale? Pepsi added it to their non-diet version a couple years ago now. Coke hasn't, and you hope they don't? Oh, that's fair. Oh, I totally forgot I bought not quite Yakult yesterday. We have home brand Yakult. I might grab one of those while I'm up. Okay. I will be right back. I should have done this while the ad break was going, in hindsight. Oh well. I was trying to change one of my lurky tabs, but apparently the person was raiding out before I could click it. Let me just pop up Naga's stream to lurk on. Alright, yes, I'll be right back. I'll do a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and stretch now too. I have exercise to do. I'll do that a little bit later. Yes, grab some water, grab some Yakult and stuff, and then I'll be back. So just give me a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then I'll be back and I will continue doing art stuff. Yippee! Wait, before I leave, I feel the need to make sure that my music playlist won't just end while I'm gone, because the amount of times it does is very frustrating. Oh, it's set to loop. That's fine. Okay, I'll be back. Ren turn. Heck, I forgot to grab my bottle of water. Ah! It's just on the other side of the room, but it's fine. I'll get it in a little bit. I had to dig through my fridge a little bit though, because the Yakult, or not Yakult, that I got was kind of buried. Suki, you've never been able to drink Pepsi? It tastes horrible. That's kind of the same boat that I'm in. Like, I'd rather drink water, you know? As much as I love cola and all that jazz, like I would rather drink water than Pepsi. I think I remember my brothers making a big deal out of that when I was a kid too. Like, my dad wouldn't want to buy like Coke or whatever because it was expensive, so we get like a home brand cola, which I kind of felt the same about as Pepsi. Just didn't really like it. My brothers were always like, oh, she's making a big deal and forcing you to buy the more expensive stuff, blah blah blah. And for me it was literally always like, you know, it's okay, if you're getting that, I'll just drink water. Like, it was never a forced choice, it was just, I don't want to drink that, so I'll have something else. I don't know why they always made it out that I was trying to force the more expensive option, because I was okay with just drinking water. It didn't have to be the other thing. But yeah, just one of those many little silly things where the people just blow stuff out of proportion. Crazy that that behavior carried on into adult life with like some of my real life friends too, though, where it's like, you know, I don't want to go do this thing because of like certain people being there, and I'm okay with that, you know, I'd rather just stay home and play games. But then being told that I'm being dramatic and making a big deal out of something and blah blah blah, and I'm like, but it's more fun for me to stay home and play games. What do you mean? I'm not even upset. You know, the little Yakult things always get me, because like when you read the bottle, it's like, take well before opening, whatever, that's fine. Once opened, consume within 1 day. As if I'm going to take this 61 ml container and not drink it all at once? Oh, I don't think I realized this. So, we have like a paid recycling thing here, where if you recycle cans and bottles, you get 10 cents back for every like can or bottle. And then it's kind of hit and miss with cartons and stuff. I didn't realize these teeny tiny itty bitty Yakult containers actually got you 10 cents back as well. That's not bad actually, when you think about it. They like, if you're getting the off-brand one, they only cost like $3.50 and you get 50 cents of that back in recycling. Not that it really matters to me, but yeah, I'm very surprised such a teeny tiny bottle gets you 10 cents back. I don't drive or anything, so I'm not really fussed about recycling, but I always eat my stuff and then my housemates cash it in every so often. I definitely drink a lot more like bottle and can stuff than they do. So, you know, I feel a little bad that they have to go and cash that in, but they also get all that additional money for when they'd have to do it by themselves anyway. Like, they'd have to take their own stuff in anyway. I remember after we left the last place, they cashed in everything and bought themselves like a nice quality like secondhand table and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's a good way of like, not exactly saving money, but kind of. Like, you cash it in and then you get like 50 to 100 bucks depending on how much you've dashed away and crushed it down. You know, it's not bad as a little like go grab a thing. Haven't been drinking much soda at all for the last 3 years now. For about 1.5 years, so I actually stopped drinking soda for health reasons and money issues. I mean, it's for the best, really. I'm trying to cut back. I'd mostly stopped at the start of the year because I was trying to do diet stuff, but I've started drinking things more again, and I really need to not, because, yeah, all that money could be going into savings, and also all that crap could be staying out of my body. So yeah, I need to get back to just suck it up and just drink water, you know? It's just a habit for me. It's a habit I need to break. Can do it. Thank you. Yeah, I want to get into probably starting to exercise more and stuff while the weather's cooler too. Keep telling myself this and not actually doing much about it. I really need to step up my game and get back into shape more. I definitely think, like, I think sodas are probably my biggest downfall. Soda and like sugary drinks and stuff. Of course there are other things I do, like carbs and whatnot, but like, yeah. I think exercise will help me get back to where I want to be, and like mobility is good because I don't really go out, but definitely I think eating is always the bigger issue. Yeah, we both need to get back into shape. Well, you can also do it. I believe in you. Heave-ho. Adjust my headphones. I washed my hair yesterday afternoon, so my hair is very, like, silky, and silky doesn't work super well with my headphones. They kind of slip a little bit and it's uncomfortable. At least get in the habit of exercising, yeah. Well, that's pretty much it for me too. I need to set my capture card back up, and hopefully it works and I don't have to get a new one. Because I have Ring Fit for the Switch, so I'd like to be able to easily set that up and play on my computer without too much issues. And, I think because of my last subathon, I think I owe you guys a Ring Fit stream. So I need to play Ring Fit a little bit so I can get my stamina back up so I'm not just dying when I do it on stream. I don't want to face the shame. I'm okay with doing semi-regular Ring Fit streams if I can get everything, like, working without delay again. But I've got to practice a little on my own first because it's been a while. I do have, it's a shame. I have a little, like, under desk, pedaling thing. It's like you got your, like, your bike riding machine things, but this one is just a little independent thing that goes under your desk. But it's hard for me to do because the proper positioning makes my knees go up too high and they can hit the table. Well, it's like I can't do it at my desk. I need to, like, sit back and watch something or whatever, but it's very hard for me to stay at my computer and not be, like, doing something with my hands, you know? Like, I need to be doing art or playing a game or something, so it's hard for me to, like, sit back enough to use it properly. I also have, like, a step machine, so I need to stand up for that one. Gotta get back into Beat Saber again since your childhood friend gave you his Quest 1. Oh, I've heard Beat Saber, like, a lot of VR games are very good for that, but yeah, Beat Saber, if you get, like, properly into it, that's quite good for mobility, keeping yourself active. Used to play it a lot. You loved it. Drink a lot of water while playing. Really intensive when you get into it. You definitely work up a sweat with that game. Man, I really want VR. That among other things. Like, it sounds like so much fun. Like, I played a little bit of Beat Saber, but it was hard to get properly into it. Being in a room with other people and stuff. I'm like, I was shy. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe after I get the new computer, I'll look at getting VR, but for now, it's definitely low on the list. Because yeah, looking at something that's good for... Oh, hang on, that's a briefy bit of music. Looking at something that's good for streaming is really hard. Because you need to get something that's compatible with like extra attachments and stuff. And I want to future-proof, you know? Even if I don't get all the equipment from the start, I need to get something that's a good starting point. Which definitely makes it a bit more to consider and potentially more monies. Yippee. Yeah, I don't know. I need to think of stuff to do for when I do subathon to raise money for PC, and also maybe I have like super duper stretch goals for like buying VR and stuff. Then I can maybe do like some VR hangout things. I need to turn this up a little bit. Oh, that's not too bad. Man, I put in a commission for like a super cheap model the other day, and the person hasn't gotten back to it yet, and I'm like, I need it. I've been waiting months for this. It's a very cheap novelty model. But yeah, I hope they accept the commission. Obviously no hard feelings if they don't, but I want to know, you know? I'm sitting here like, when? I also don't know how long it will take them to do the model. They're not complicated, so I think they should be pretty quick. But they did have a thing that was like, when do you need this thing? And it was like, you know, a couple weeks, a couple months, blah, blah, blah. And I just put like, you know, any time is fine. I just want the item kind of thing. So yeah, even if they accept it, it could be quite a while. But I need it. Hello, Hogman. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Hopefully I get it soon. Yeah, here's hoping. Yeah, I'm doing well enough. We just vibing. We're trying to do art and barely doing anything for the past 3.5 hours. You know how it goes. A little hungry, but you're okay. Well, I hope when it's time for food that you get tasty noms. Oh. Komi, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Oh, you and your brother made some salmon and Indomie noodles? Oh god. I don't like fish. My only experience with salmon is trying sashimi, but it was cut kind of thick and the texture wasn't great. I had another friend urging me to try cooked salmon the other day though, so maybe I'll try it, but I'm not confident. Yes, Kami, what were you up to today? Did you have a good stream? Oh, you're also doing art. If you have any art that you want to share, whether it's whatever you're working on today or something else that you're proud of, feel free to drop a link in chat. I do have links enabled so you don't have to worry about being permitted or anything. For citrus or salty for fish? Is this question at me? Because I don't like fish. So, no. The answer is no. You're learning how to do art riffs, so hopefully it doesn't look too bad. Oh, exciting. Yeah, references are a pain in the butt. I've tried to do a little bit of them, but I'm not very good. Like, working on a base is different, but things like drawing shoes and stuff I'm still not very good with. Even if it's on a base, it's quite hard for me. Is it texture or smell? Smell and taste. Like, you know, there's always that kind of fishy taste, and I can only handle so much of that. Like, canned tuna is okay as long as it's not too much. Like, I can have like tuna bake or tuna mornay, same difference really. Sometimes like a tuna salad thing, but if I eat it too much, it grosses me out. So, you know, a little bit is okay, but not too much. But yeah, smell is the biggest thing for sure. Oh. I think your ref sheet looks pretty good. Good job. As someone who, you know, regularly has to deal with reference sheets, like, yeah, it's always good to have a nicely drawn one. The only thing I would say when I look at something like this is I like having front-on views of characters too. I think angles are very good to show like little details on the side and stuff, but I like having like at least like a little like headshot to show a front-on just to see how the hair falls and spikes out to the side. And obviously that's all very personal preference. Just talking as someone who sometimes struggles to interpret references. Yeah, I really like to have like angles and a front-on shot. I also think they're very cute too. Like, it's a bit more work, and this is definitely more into personalization. But like the reference sheets that have like the little expressions are very nice too, I think, because it gives you some of the personality about the character. Like if you do full surprise me commissions, sometimes I used to have a surprise me style commission on VGen where it was like I could do whatever I wanted. You know, it's a very cheap commission, but I could do literally whatever I wanted. You get no input. Whenever someone submits one of those, I will go and look up their socials. I'll look up like their Twitter, their Twitch, anything I can find to try and get a vibe for who they are as a person. Because I'm like, you know, it'd be a shame if you did like a super duper happy, cheery, flowery art when the person's like, depresso espresso. In the nicest of ways, you know, like the dark vibes kind of theme. But yeah. That being said, I also don't think anything needs to change with that. I'm just going on a tangent. Smell of fish can definitely be gross, but you do love some salmon. I'm trying to think of what different fish I've tried. So I've tried salmon sashimi. I've had like generic cooked fish and chips. I don't know what fish they use for that. Keep generic whatever. I've had eel. The eel I had didn't taste bad, but the texture was kind of grainy, which is a bit gross. Obviously canned tuna. You get a bit like out of bounds, like going into like calamari rings are okay. They're generally more fishy though because of being cooked with other fish, which I think makes them a bit gross. Fish fingers are gross. Takoyaki is acceptable. Might consider putting a full front and side headshot, but you also want to avoid too much clutter. That's understandable. Like, yeah, I'm just like throwing out my thoughts on ref sheets because I can't help rambling. I think your ref sheet is perfectly fine. I'm just bad at interpreting things. So don't make what I say make you feel like you have to add more to it, you know? Yeah, because a lot of my work is front on, kind of like this. That's kind of where I really like front headshots, just to be sure, because I get really in my own head about like, am I doing it right, you know? You respect my input? I appreciate it. Maybe yeah. Just as someone working with reference more than anything. Oh, I don't remember what it was. I think I had this issue with a furry reference sheet once. I cry. The angles on it were really bad. Ren, is that you? I don't know, it might be. Hello, Milo. Welcome, welcome. Fish sticks are not your kind of thing either. They taste really weird. You like canned tuna, though? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I feel like if you like something like canned tuna, you should probably like fish sticks, but I don't know. They're just a different level of eat garbage. Just checking through a couple things. Okay. So good to see you again. It's been a while. You've been gone a while. That's understandable. Always good to have people back, but I understand life gets in the way and stuff. But yeah, it's good to have you back. Final Fantasy 14 music. Yeah, we got some lo-fi Final Fantasy 14 stuff going. Oh, I totally forgot with the raid. I should talk about what I'm working on. Got so caught up blabbering about ref sheets. So I'm working on an emote. I do have it uploaded. There's a thing here. Yeah, so we have the little cat dance emote. It's kind of, it started being inspired by a Pedro emote, like the Pedro thing where they go around in the circle, just kind of keeping that motion but not going in a circle. So yeah, it kind of started as that, but then people pointed out that it's kind of like the happy cat meme thing where it's like the cat jumping against the glass. So we changed it to that. So kind of happy cat jump or something we established it would probably be called. But yeah. So it's just like a little excited emote. I have two versions. So we're doing the more pixel aesthetic version. And also I have a more quote unquote normal one. Still very much drawn pixel art in Sprite, but like I feel like it's not drawn with pixel art in mind, it's just drawn for convenience in the program where it's easier for me to animate. And like I can be a little bit pixel perfect like with the eyebrows and stuff, but yeah, I just thought it would be nice to have the two different versions in the end. But they both work out to be pretty much exactly the same on a small scale. If anyone's in my Discord, I have posted these a couple times so you can kind of see how it works. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Proportions are a teeny bit different, but like, yeah, on a small scale it's very much indistinguishable. Yes, that's what I've been working on. Been kind of on and off with this for a little while and got it done yesterday, so I'm just organizing my file a little bit more and hoping to do one for a friend. Looks really cute, thank you. Oh my god, it's the amazing Ren. Can you get an autograph? Oh, you know, that's actually hee hee ha ha aside. I've been meaning to try and work out like a signature. It's just like a little artist signature. It's hard when you do pixel art though. Like I could put it on top of things as an overlay, but it's not like I can exactly sign something, you know, in like this scale. This one maybe, but even still. Yeah, I'd like to kind of do an autograph. Even like something I've seen that's a bit more popular lately is idol signatures. Like the really colorful kind of like fluoro text. A lot of people are like offering commissions for idol signatures and such. I'd kind of like to get one of those. Or make one for myself at least. I'm not very good with logo design though. At least the idol signature is a bit more standard, not really. Like, standard VTuber logo generally has some more pictures of things that are relevant to you, you know. For me, maybe a feather or my glasses or something. Cat ears, tail. But, the idol signatures are a lot more bare bones, just cutesy text. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing something like that for art. Another thing you really like is sushi. I like quote unquote sushi because you could argue chicken sushi is not actually sushi. But I really like a chicken and avocado sushi. Then of course there's things like the tamago nigiri and stuff is also very tasty. But yeah, I won't really eat any sort of fish sushi. I tried, like, when I tried eel, it was a sushi. And obviously there's the sashimi, but yeah, just not a fan of what I tried. I've had a little tuna one, like really thin tuna, like canned tuna sushi. Those were okay. I wouldn't get them over the chicken ones, but they were fine. I don't think I really tried anything else. Oh, I have had the... Oh, heck, what are they called? Like the tofu pockets? I think they're tofu pockets. They're like a fried tofu pocket with like rice and stuff inside. I've had those before. They're quite nice. Inari? Is that what they're called? Oh yeah, that's it. Of course, Sync would know. Sync gets taken out to like fancy sushi places every week or two. You don't think you've heard of chicken sushi? You're kind of curious now? Yeah, it's pretty much, what is it, like katsu chicken? Where they do like the crumb chicken, like schnitzel kind of things? Like a lot of it is katsu chicken, often with either cucumber or avocado. I much prefer it with avocado. But yeah, you can get like chicken nigiri or like sushi itself. So it's usually the katsu. Sometimes they'll do just like a teriyaki chicken mix thing, which is also very good. So yeah, if you like chicken and rice, you'll like it. But it's definitely one of those things. Like I think if you like fish, like sushi would be a very good way to have fish. So, you know, it almost feels wasteful to get chicken sushi when you're getting something particular like that. You're hungry? Oh no, I'm sorry. You actually hate fried tofu? Oh, that's funny. I don't mind it. Like like depending on how it's done, it can be a little bit icky, but like it's generally good. I am a sucker for tofu in laksa. I really like getting like chicken laksa. Whether it's fried tofu or just like the slices, it's so good. Fried tofu is very good, like malt for the flavor. It very much soaks up the liquid, and then the slices are just tasty as they are. You're a horror for sushi. Indeed, understandable. It was good depending on how you do it, definitely. Yeah, I've tried cooking tofu at home a couple times and I haven't gotten it right yet. I need to try more, but it's definitely a bit harder when you're not used to it. Else. Oh, Japanese cheesecake is one of the tastiest things. Just thinking, not necessarily sushi, but the stuff I would get at my local sushi place. It's very expensive, but sometimes they sell Japanese cheesecake. Man, I want to learn how to make that because, oh, good stuff. Fluffiest cheesecake you'll ever taste, ever bite into, I guess. Oh, I don't remember who told me this. I think it was Sync. Sync, were you one of the people who was the fan of the Digimon game? Because I can't remember who told me which one. But one of the Digimon games I think was getting a sequel. And also like a couple of the Digimon games are not super well regarded, but a couple of them are. Cyber Sleuth? Okay, thank you. Because the Digimon games are on sale right now. Or at least a couple of them are. Digimon. Hello Ninja, welcome. Yeah, so Digimon World Next Order is on a big sale, and Digimon Cyber Sleuth is also big sale. Digimon Survive is not. There's only a few of them. I kind of thought there'd be more Digimon games on Steam, but there's not. Gosh, they're very expensive for being such old games. There's one released in 2022 that's $75. That's crazy. Australian, mind you, so that's probably more like 50 USD. I need to stop talking about foods and actually get something to eat. Oh no. Yeah, so what is the Digimon Story Time Stranger? Story Time Stranger? Digimon Story Time Stranger? I don't know how you're supposed to say that title. I guess that makes sense that that's why, like, is it after Cyber Sleuth? Because it's also Digimon Story? The Digimon World Next Order game looks very pretty though, but I don't think I've really heard anything about that one. It looks pretty in the pictures, but I get the impression that it's one of those games that actually feels kind of bare bones when you play it. Oh my god, where does that guy look like thick? That must be just his jacket. Oh, hello, Uni. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. You're gonna head to bed, Comey? Okay. Good night. Bye-bye. I hope you have good sleeps. Oh my god. Is it just the shape of this guy's pants? Why do his thighs look so thick? It's crazy. Don't mind me, I'm just looking at the Digimon games on Steam. Yes, I will pick up Cyber Sleuth at least. Dream about T-spins? Oh, is Komi a Tetris fan? I've been fixated on Tetris for a little while, but it comes and goes. However, T-spins is no. I cannot T-spin to save my life. I remember I have a friend who's very, very good at Tetris Biz. And he's also very good with like T-spinning and stuff. And we were kind of going through some of the stuff to show how to T-spin, particularly in Tetris Effect. They have a few good things about it, a few good things for it. But apparently, to effectively set up and execute a T-spin, you need to rotate your Tetris block in both directions, which is crazy to me. I only rotate my Tetris block in one direction. I can't remember what it is. I think I rotate counterclockwise. I think. I don't know until I play. Like I need to be actively playing a game, and if I rotate it one way and it feels bad, then I know. Yeah, I think I rotate my blocks counterclockwise, and switching back and forth would make me cry. So I will never be a master Tetris player. I will just sit at being above average, and that's as far as I will go. I do really love Tetris though, but I more like the satisfaction of building up and clearing like the Tetris clears where you get like the full the long block, the Tetris block. Is it Tetris block? I think it's called that, but it's Tetris clears at least. But yeah, I just like getting the big clears and stacking up as much as I can with that. I know T-spinning is how you get the best scores technically, but I don't care about that. That's not what gives me serotonin. Hey, Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth Complete Edition. Continue to payment. Don't mind me while I just pick up the Digimon game before I forget. God, I really want to watch the Digimon movie again. It's been so long since I've watched it. I was thinking about it the other day though. I think before I actually saw these were on sale too, which is quite funny. But sometimes the Digimon rap gets stuck in my head. The Digimon rap for the movie. So I was watching a video with that just the other day, just to listen to it again. And apparently the person who did the Digimon rap was only ever like credited for that one song and then didn't do anything else with that name. It was just the Digimon rap, that's it. You're pretty excited for the next Digimon story game? I've never played any of the Digimon games. I've also never actually been very into Digimon as a whole. But like I always saw mixed opinions about some of the older games, so I never knew what to get into. But I've heard a lot of people say good things about the Cyber Sleuth one. So I'll give that a shot. I picked it up, so I'll play it at some point. But yeah, my only real experience with Digimon is the Digimon movie. And it's always a vocal stim to do the hee hee ha ha little bubble sound thing. I don't know if I can do it just straight off the bat. Heck. It's harder to do Spirit at the moment. Cyber Sleuth is very text heavy, like a visual novel plus RPG like Pokemon. I'm okay with that. I am a JRPG enjoyer and a visual novel enjoyer. I'm used to popping constant text. Are you coming back to Digimon? Movie watch party? One day. I do owe you guys watch parties in Discord, but committing to setting those up is a lot of work. Oh, more exercise routine. I don't know if we're up to 2 or 3 now. I suppose I can just do 40 at the end anyway, though. Oh, we got the routine too. Wee-oo! 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 I need to drink water. Actually going to sleep. Yes, good night, Komi. I hope you get good rest and... Ah, loud vehicle. It's 6:30 in the morning. I hope you get good sleep and thank you for the raid. God, daylight savings change really hecks me up. Because it's 6:30 in the morning, but the sun's not up in the slightest. And like you can hear all the cars and stuff in the background, everyone getting up and going about their day. Also, not to mention, it's been kind of overcast the past couple of days now that it's finally cooled down, so it's weird. Obviously the sun sets quite early right now, like around 5:30 p.m, but my brain's still used to the sun setting at like 8 p.m, 8:30ish kind of thing. So, you know, when I look outside and it's overcast at 12 p.m in the afternoon and it makes it feel like it's already 7:30 at night, it's messing me up. Every now and then you go back and listen to the soundtrack for that movie. It's so good, right? Yeah, I was just talking about the Digimon ramp too, which now we're legally obligated to listen to. Iggy. Come on. There you go. EP.
Alright. You ready to go? I'm ready. Ready? Let's go. The Digivolution is up and running. Did you see? Did you hear? Did you know it was coming? A Digi Destiny starts today. Let me hear you say Digimon, Digimon, Digigo Masters, Digimon are the champions. Digimon, Digigo Masters, Digimon are the champions.
How could you forget? Crazy. Okay, while we listen to this, I'm gonna grab my water.
The Digi world is Digi safe, and now we'll meet its Digi fate. Good Digimon to protect what's right, we'll have to Digify. Digimon, Digigo Masters, Digimon are the champions. 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 Digimon's making a scene, they're kicking it up to the big screen. Digimon's making a scene, they're kicking it up to the big screen. Digimon's making a scene, they're kicking it up to the big screen. Digimon's making a scene, they're kicking it up to the big screen. The Digi-Dudes will Digi-Rule with Digi-Ability and Digi-Tool. Save the world from a Digi-disaster. The threat from the net meets the digital masters. Digimon, Digimon, Digimon are the champions. 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 Let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up. The Digivolution will not be stopped. Digimon roll, Digimon rock. Remember the Digi things I say, and Digi save the day. Digimon, Go Monsters, Digimon are the champions. 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 Digimon, Go Monsters, Digimon are the champions.
The thing is going now. This is like a big vocal stim for me. The amount of times I'll just be like chilling around the house and brain is just screaming Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. I that just lives with me. I play the Angela Anaconda short that happens before the movie. That was gonna be the next thing I brought up. I'm not actually gonna play it, but like, what a wild crossover. They don't make them like they used to. Mind you, I hated Angela Anaconda. That was a shit show. Also, I can't remember the name of the other girl in Angela Anaconda. My brain has a way of thinking about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's wrong. It's probably terribly wrong, but my brain's just like ninit moi. If I was literally the only thing you'd ever seen about it, you didn't know it was actually a show. Oh yeah, it was something that would air on TV when I was a kid, like around the time that I saw the Digimon movie. That was very very relevant, but still, I don't understand what the relation is, you know? Like, I would have understood more if they had a Pokemon collab, you know? Also, speaking of Pokemon collab, the old Pokemon movies were great, where you'd have like the little Pikachu adventure things before the movie. I don't remember if it was like Pokemon 2000 or like the first Pokemon movie, but I do remember one of them. Like, yeah, they had the little like Pikachu adventure thing first. It was very cute. It was just all the Pokemon going on an adventure while the trainers were napping. Was the first movie? Oh, was it? I wasn't sure if we had the first movie when I was a kid, like if we had it on video. What a sad movie. Then of course there's all the theories that Ash is just in a coma the whole time because of the first movie. Maybe it did happen on all of them? I don't remember. Maybe it was all of them, maybe it was different ones for each, but I just specifically remember the one where everyone's sleeping. Also, looking back on old Pokemon, I think that was the one with Entei? Okay, maybe it was multiple because I don't know if I watched a movie with Entei. Maybe they all had it. I've watched a few Pokemon movies. Like, there's Pokemon 2000. There's the first one with Mewtwo. There's, I watched the one with, like, Celebi and Mew. Like, there might have been two with Celebi. There was one, like, I really liked the one with the aura powers. I think that one was more based around, like, Mew and the whole, like, the big tree. I know I watched one with the 3 funny little alien-looking, triplet Pokemon thing. I forget the name of those. But I don't remember that movie very well. I may have only watched it, like, once. Hazel? Is that it? I think so. Whatever, like, there's 3 of them that look very similar. But yeah, they're funny little alien things, kind of similar size to Mew. And hello, Shadow. Welcome. Yeah, that looks right. Oh, did anybody watch the Pokemon movie? I think it was kind of like a reboot of the start of the Pokemon movies. It had like a couple other characters though. And it's the first time I've seen Pokemon officially acknowledge a Pokemon dying, and it was so sad. It made me so upset. Because it talks about how one of the main characters, he's like gets lost in like snowy mountains, and his Pokemon cuddles up with him to keep him warm so he doesn't die, but the Pokemon dies instead. That had me bawling my eyes out of the cinema. Not happy, Jen. Oh, hello, Hazy. Good more evening? Are you still on holiday? I don't know if it's morning or evening right now. Evening, okay. I hope you're having a good time. I was actually talking to a friend yesterday being like, I wonder how Hazy's holding up on holiday. 5 p.m. for you? Oh, there we go. Everyone give Hazy some love. Another amazing streamer friend though. Taking a bit of the first break actually since he properly started streaming, probably like streaming full time, to go on holiday. Still alive? That's the most important bit. But yes, speaking of Pokemon, Hazy lives and breathes Pokemon. You want Pokemon content? Go watch Hazy. That's all you're going to get. I still need to get back into Pokemon Violet and finish that, then go play Arceus. How am I doing? Not too bad. Just vibing really. Same old, same old. Trying to get some more art stuff done. Living the VGen hours as always. Yes, we were kind of just reminiscing on the old movies. Started with the Digimon movie, then the old Pokemon movies. I miss the I miss the vibes from the old movies and stuff. Like you could really get into it when you're a kid, and I don't know, it was just different back then. They don't make them like they used to. That or I got old. Either way, maybe it's both. At PC for the first time on your vacation, so it's good. Oh. Have you been suffering withdrawals, or have you just been too busy to even care? I hope you're eating tasty food and hanging out with all the friendos. I haven't popped into streams in a long while. I think, to be fair, if you're hanging around on my streams at this time, it's probably hard to catch Hazy streams, because Hazy streams Australian hours. Not even thought of missing streaming. That is your job, so you come back to it when you get back. That's fair, that's fair. I'm glad that you're not like sitting there stressing over it though. Like, I'm glad you can take a proper break and not being like, oh, stream! I miss my stream, I need to stream, because I struggle with that. Even though I haven't been streaming as much like the past year, I still really struggle when I'm not streaming. You're a bit worried about that when you get back, the results of it. Look, you gotta start getting your content onto YouTube and stuff. Even just like putting your VODs onto YouTube. Obviously shorts are good too, but like, yeah. Just gotta start getting your stuff elsewhere. Get some more like passive content going. But yes, that is a problem for another day. VOD channel. Yeah, VOD channel and clip channel can be really good. I think you've got a lot of content to kind of keep like daily uploads for a while even. Yes. Very much another day's problem. Hello, sweet. Welcome. Comey raid, not late. Late raiders, best raiders. Homie has already headed off to bed for the night, it seems. Only got 5 days left. Well, I hope you make the most of it. Well, sweet. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yes, always good to see you pop in here, Hazy. I'm glad you seem to be enjoying yourself and having a nice break. You fell asleep on stream? Oh no. Gosh, I've been really sleepy lately. I live in Australia, so we've only just kind of probably crossed into cooler weather within the past like couple of weeks. But yeah, it's got me really sleepy now that the weather's finally comfortable. Had a nap for 2 hours, went for a 3-mile walk since you can't drive. Oh my goodness. Got some groceries and foods. Hope you got some tasty snacks. Every time I hear people going shopping, I always try and tell them to buy something purple. Go get a purple food in my honor. I'll get you through the next next 3 days. That's not too bad then. I always find it's hard to plan for like the last couple days when you're doing something, or like the last like day or so whenever you're out and about, because you kind of need to fine tune it so as to not waste things. That being said, it's been a while since I've been out and had to do any of that. Oh, the days of renting hotel rooms for the weekend during conventions and stuff. I kind of miss doing that actually, because the hotel that was my go-to, it had a spa in the room. It was like relatively cheap for the room too. So yeah, it was always nice to double down as a little bit of a holiday home away from home. Oh my god, how have I been streaming for 4 hours? What have we got, like 2 hours-ish until Sync and Taka stream? And I managed to get anything done in 2 hours? Who knows? Purple and shopping reminds you of taro. Now you want taro ice cream? The funny thing about that, thankfully here, the only taro thing that I can get relatively easily is taro boba. However, I have recently found out that I'm a little bit allergic to taro. But it's so tasty. I'm so sad. Taro boba is usually my go-to. I do like just standard like brown sugar boba. That's fine. But yeah, I've always had this little thing where drinking taro boba makes me feel really icky. Like I get like a really bad sinus headache whenever I drink taro boba, and it just makes me kind of nauseous. And I never understood why, because I've never really been allergic to anything. And I even remember Googling, I'm so dumb in hindsight. Like, I remember Googling being like, you know, does taro have side effects if you have like too much of it? I don't know why it never occurred to me that I was just allergic to it. But yeah, I was saying this on stream or to a friend or something kind of recently, and they're like, you know that means you're allergic, right? No, I didn't. I'd never considered it because I'm dumb. So, you know, it's not gonna kill me if I drink it, but it does make me kind of sick. It's worth it. It's worth it as long as I don't have to do anything important. If you try ube, where I live, we don't really have anything that's ube, I don't think. Like, unless I were to go specifically to like an Asian grocery market or something, maybe I could find a snack that is, but like, yeah, if I'm getting boba or something, I don't think we have any that are ube, let alone anything else that's that flavor. So yeah, I just have to suffer with the taro. would like to try ube though. If I ever get a chance, I'd like to try it and see what I think. Speaking of being allergic, you're allergic to shrimp? Like your throat will close up? Oh, that's scary. Yeah, thankfully, so far, my only known allergy is the taro, and it's not a bad allergy, but yeah. I've always been really worried that one day I'm just gonna try something and find out that that's what I'm deathly allergic to, you know? Because you never know until you try it. Other than that, I think the closest I've had to anything is like my skin can be a little loud. Cars in the background. My skin can be a little bit sensitive to citrus. Like the skin on my hands particularly, if I'm cutting up lemons and juicing things and like mixing things together, if I let the citrus sit on my hand for too long, I wouldn't say you're really like properly rashes, but like it definitely gets a little bit like red and itchy. It's not bad, but I think that's more sensitive skin as opposed to like actually being allergic to it. But it's the only thing that my skin is really sensitive to. I don't usually have issues. Ugh. My mother's also allergic to shrimp. Kind of ironic considering she grew up in an aquatic-based diet. Yeah, it's quite surprising to me how, you know, in your head you're just like, well, it's seafood. But, you know, it's all quite different at the end of the day. Which, you know, funny, me living in Australia in a town that is very much, well, in a city that is very much connected to the water, I don't like seafood. I have a couple of friends that always tell me like they're really jealous because like I'm wasting the potential of living in Australia because I don't like seafood. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my sins. Shrimp? Do you like seafood, Hazy? You like shrimp? Gonna put a shrimp on the Barbie. You know, I always say this. I've never heard an Australian say that they're gonna put shrimp on the Barbie. You don't put shrimp on the Barbie, you put snags on the Barbie. Mind you, I suppose we don't have shrimp, do we? We have prawns? I think it's prawns? Forget. Forget because I don't eat them. Which, you know, they're pretty much the same thing anyway. Shrimp and lobsters for the first time during your trip? Unreal stuff? Wait, that's crazy that you've never had them here. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever be willing to try lobster just because, you know, it's quite an expensive thing. Like maybe if I was with a friend that ordered it, I'd try a little bit, but I also, not to get too technical or try and gross anybody else out, but to me, taste aside, what would you call them? Like crustaceans look like bugs. They're just water bugs, and that's gross. I don't know how people have these whole leggy shelled critters on their plate and are like, ah, yes, that looks tasty, but they won't eat a bug. I don't know what the difference is personally. How is shrimp? Is it good? Are you missing out? I know a lot of people that like shrimp and prawns and stuff. Like it's a very, very common thing as far as I'm concerned. Not that I eat it myself, but yeah, it seems to be one of the more commonly loved things. Want to know something messed up? Lobster used to be poor people food. I think I've heard about that. I don't remember the technicalities of it, but like, yeah, it was like a kind of a specific thing if I recall. You have to find something you're allergic to? Well, that's good. Bugs don't taste that bad considering how you make them. Yeah, I think like I have a lot of like mental aversions to food. Loud car. I don't like talking when the cars are loud in the background. I have a lot of mental aversions to food, but it's kind of because of how I was raised. You know, I wasn't fed a lot of different food when I was younger, so I look at a lot of things and I'm like, oh, that's gross, I don't want to eat it, such as you know, like animal organs and stuff, or yeah, things like bugs. It's gross to me. However, I do acknowledge that if it's what you're raised to eat, you'll eat it. Like, no worries. I ate pretty much anything growing up, but it's still not appealing to looking at all. That's fair. But yeah, I wish I was less picky, you know? Like, I like the idea, like being one of those people that can go out there and try all these really weird dishes. I wish I could, you know? Even like on the less weird side of things, I wish I liked fish. I wish I liked tomatoes, because they make up so many amazing looking dishes that just aren't suitable for me. But that doesn't mean I'm just gonna get up and start eating them either. Liver's so good, I don't think I could do it. I think the stupid thing about the mental aversion is, if you could put these things into my food in a way that was not suspicious to me and did not tell me that it was in my food, I would eat it, as long as it tasted okay, and as long as I had no reason to suspect that it was bad. But yeah, the mental aversion, it's not good. And like, if you told me, like, if I just finished a bowl of food and you told me what was in it and it was something I didn't want to eat, I would probably be sick. But if you told me like a week or two later, I think I'd be okay. But that doesn't mean I could eat it again. So yeah, I don't know. It's really silly when I put it into words, but that doesn't mean I'm able to just move past it. That's hard. And I'm also not in a position where I need to move past it either, right? Like, you know, I have no reason to go out and eat these things or force myself to like them. Like, why do something I don't like if I don't have to? You're definitely picky. Used to be extremely picky when you were younger, though. Oh, one of my brothers was like super picky. Like, I don't think he was ever officially diagnosed, but I think it's kind of like an autism level thing, like something like that, where like incredibly picky about like taste and texture, to the point where I could pretty much list out everything he would eat. He would eat specific brand crinkle cut chips. Had to be crinkle cut, or I think like shoestring fries. Like, it wouldn't be normal chips, it had to be like a crunchier one, and it had to be cooked like quite well, not like even remotely soft. It had to be very crispy. He would eat a specific brand of sausage rolls. I believe it was the nuggets from KFC. Pepperoni pizza. I suppose he'd eat like kind of like he'd eat like Nutella and stuff on bread. I think that was pretty much about, like, his diet was like that bad, you know? Like, there may be a couple things I'm missing, but like, I'm not exaggerating when I say like he ate practically nothing. And he expanded over the years. Like, it took a long time, but like he had to branch out and start eating other things because it was like legitimately a problem for him. So, you know, I'm glad he was able to branch out and eat more. But it's like, yeah, when people talk about picky eating, I'm like, you don't know the half of it, you know? It always made me really upset too. Like, I'm a very like food motivated person, and seeing someone who like struggles to even find something they want to eat, it's like, it makes me sad, you know? If you look at the positive side, you're also saving money somewhat because you're limited in what you're able to eat. Well, now that depends on what you're able to eat. Because if you don't like some of the cheaper food, well then heck. And if you're not getting enough nutrients, then you need to start buying vitamins and stuff, right? Like, it very much depends. But I think me not being like super motivated to go out and get like super duper expensive like fish or steaks or stuff is good. Da, 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 da. That'd be you for the longest time, Hazy. You're only just challenging yourself now. This experience has definitely got you out of the comfort zone. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you've been able to get out of your comfort zone and like still like it. Because I know like for picky eaters, it can be very hard to even step out of that comfort zone. So yeah, I'm proud of you. Good on you. Think you're still picky with certain textures? You can eat a good amount, but if there's a texture you don't like at all, you lose your appetite. Yeah, that's fair. I think I'm not too bad with texture, depending on what it's on. Like, what's a good example of that? Okay, so like seeded bread, like multi-grain bread, I don't like it because I'm like my bread shouldn't be grainy. I'm okay with like sesame seeds on top of a bun or like poppy seeds, bagels, whatever, that's okay. But having seeds through my bread, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I can tolerate it if it's toasted, but I'd still rather not. It's not right. And it's not a taste thing or anything, like, you know, I love like wholemeal bread and stuff, but yeah, multigrain, nah, absolutely not. Not worth it. Hello, Chin. No, you. Remember to eat the country's bacteria to protect your stomach, like yogurt? Wait, that's a thing? Like, I know, like, other countries' food could make you sick, but like, I didn't know, like, eat the bacteria to be good. Love yogurt. I love yogurt too. Like, I'm a little bit picky in what I have with it, but like, you know, some nice Greek yogurt with some muesli and honey, good stuff. It took me a while to get into that though. At this fancy mango yogurt thingy with your Indian food last night, it was unreal. Alas, I do not like mango. That's another one of my picky things. I'm really bad with fruit. Like, I am really, really bad with fruit. You also hate green bread? Yeah, for me, fruit, I don't like, especially, okay. So even for flavors, like a lot of fruit stuff I can eat in candy form. I don't mind it. But things like peaches, mangoes, pears, grapes, whether it's the fruit or a flavor, I can't stand them. Like mangoes and peaches especially are just, they're gross. Not good. To each their own, not for me. Otherwise, flavor of a lot of things is okay, but for fruits that I will actually eat, banana, watermelon, oranges. I'll have lemon on things, but it's not like I'd actually eat a lemon, you know? But yeah, banana, orange, watermelon. I've yet to try kiwi, but from what I've heard, I would like it. I bought kiwi a couple times and never ended up eating it. It's really bad with it. Pomegranate's nice. That's about it, honestly. I can eat apple. I don't like it, but I can. But yeah, like strawberries and stuff are gross because of like the seed things on them. Apparently they're not seeds, but like the things on the outside of strawberries, gross. That's another texture thing for me. Not to mention the taste themselves isn't the best, but you know. Yippee. So needless to say, I tend to eat various things to help me with my lack of fruit eating. Because the fruits I do like are also very sweet things that I don't want to eat all the time. Not like I want to eat a banana every day, you know? And oranges are messy. And watermelon is... I feel like there's this curse of if you don't like cut up the whole watermelon on the first day, it just stays in the fridge until it goes bad. I've known so many people that do this. But yeah, watermelon is also very expensive for what it is. Um, Suki, most of your issue for being picky is usually either it would affect your stomach a lot or smell weird to you and make you lose your appetite, or it'd taste weird. I mean, that checks out, right? That's usually how being picky goes. That's pretty standard. Like, the smell is off-putting. Or like weird taste. Makes sense. Indian food so good. I haven't had much different Indian food, but you know, I like Indian curry. It's not my favorite curry. I still like it though. But like all the different curries is fantastic. I like going when I used to pre-agoraphobia days. There was this really nice curry place that I used to go to in the city where they would have all sorts of different types and like vegetable things like chicken, beef, or lamb, whatever it is, and just like different spice levels, different types of vegetables. It was really good, like getting similar things that all go together, but all a little bit different. Also, garlic naan is like one of the best foods ever. Get some garlic naan with your curry, god tier. Fragrant flavors taste like you're eating Febreze. Oh, that's fair. Mixing things together can make a difference, or blending things. That's fair. But yeah, I think for me it's not too bad, you know? The things I'm picky with aren't generally life or death, so that's okay. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, you know, if I were to make like a smoothie or something, that's easier to tolerate than, like just straight up eating the fruit. But it's also a lot of work to set that kind of stuff up. Or maybe not a lot of work, but more work than I would like to put into it. Let me just take my vitamins instead, please. I'll just eat vegetables. I love vegetables. You know, carrot, potato, zucchini, sweet potato, pumpkin, broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts. Does spinach count as a vegetable? Question marks. Asparagus. I don't know, man. It's hard to think of what I eat without it being in front of me. Onions. I know a lot of people who are picky about onions, which makes me really sad because onions are one of my favorite things. Free shavakadu. Is avocado a fruit? I think it's a fruit. Is it a fruit or a vegetable? It must be a fruit. Only grilled onions? Even like red onion? I understand the taste of white onion being too much, but like I also like I get it if it's a texture thing. I think it's hard to get rid of the texture of onion because that's the problem a lot of people I know have with onion is the texture. And for those that have it bad, grilling it is not enough. Like caramelized onions, not good enough. Also, hello Yoshi. Hope you're doing well. And we gotta organize playing some more Once Human in the coming days. I need to not lose track of it. I've been busy playing Sandrock. Allergic to asparagus as well, which is weird. Oh, that's so specific. Interesting. Like, I feel like I think a lot of people I know have never even tried asparagus. Like, it's not super common here. Like, you can get it easy. It's at every supermarket, but like, I think not many people cook with asparagus. So yeah, I think a lot of people I know could go their whole life without even knowing whether or not they like it. But yeah, I think my first experience with asparagus was some random Chinese takeaway place that had asparagus soup. It was very tasty. Never get to experience asparagus pea. I don't know, that just makes me think of the Austin Powers movie. The very specific awkward scene where it's just him trying to imitate peeing as the fountain. Stupid things that managed to survive in my brain. Do I remember the Austin Power movies? Not really. But that one scene and the I don't remember eating any corn thing, those are what live rent free in my head. What does that say about me as a person? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe as a kid I just like toilet humor. But I think I never really liked it. Like, it wasn't even funny to me, the pee scene. I think it made me anxious. Like, no, he's gonna get caught. You sure it will get lost? Oh, that's fair. Asparagus is a staple of German cuisine. If it's in season, you're kind of on it. Too many places have low quality, which sucks. Oh, that's a shame. It's definitely one of those things, like, you know, if you like overcook it or whatever, I think it's fine. It just blends into whatever dish you're eating. But to like do asparagus well, you kind of need to treat it a bit more like delicately, a bit more particularly. Oh my god, Taka's streaming Sunhaven? Crazy. Wait, but I just saw Sync launch VTube Studio. If you guys are both ready to stream, why don't you just play It Takes Two? I'm not ready, impatient. Look, I just saw you launch the program, okay? I'm just jumping to conclusions. I'm not impatient, I'm just speculating. But you could be mean to Sync when you saw Sync go in VTube Studio? Oh no. You spam and redeems. Oh shit. I accidentally closed my YouTube. I was trying to close one of my other tabs and just absentmindedly closed the wrong one. You getting a Sinky Winky stream? Yeah, in an hour and 20 minutes, I think. So still a little bit off, but yeah, we're getting a sync stream in an hour and 20 minutes. Crazy that you're American? Yeah, oh my god, you can finally like hang out with all your VGen friends. VGen and otherworldly friends. Oh, I see Moo did a stream on YouTube. Interesting. Wait, is she doing exclusively YouTube streams for learning guitar? I don't think so. Oh, I lost it. Where did it go? Huh. Was she doing this on Twitch? I don't think so. I don't think I've seen Moo streaming like the past week on Twitch. Maybe I just missed him. Anyway, let me get my music back. Moo's been live while you sleep? Yeah, that checks out. Doing the normal hours. Okay. Hello, Cordy. I love you too. Thank you. Huh. PM. What time is it now in Australia? It's 7:15 in the morning. I think where you were was probably like half an hour ahead, so you're probably like 7:45 a.m. Yeah, just about 8 a.m. I would say for wherever the heck you were. Oh. Any highlights? Why not wait till TwitchCon? When is TwitchCon? I don't really hear about TwitchCon unless there is like some controversy or drama that pops up. That's Wednesday, yes sir. October? Oh. Man, Hazy, you gotta get with the times. Stop living in the past. Hello, Tassa. Good morning. Wait, were you here earlier, Tassa? You saying good morning. Make me think you're coming in for the first time. I have been bamboozled. I have 22 hours of flying next weekend. Ew. 22 hours to get back home? October's not hard to make happen. Just to get home? Ugh. That's rough, man. Flying out from Australia is quite costly. Depends where you're going, I guess, but yeah. If you're not going from like main place to main place, it's a lot. 3K? Ugh, yeah, that checks out. 3K like both ways, I hope? Not 3K twice? Not even food and accommodation? Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's hard to justify traveling unless you can stay with friends. Maybe if you book in advance. That's cute. No, it's bad here no matter what. Like, it can go up and down a little bit, but like, no, it's just bad here. You're a streamer friend? They're working at the moment, so you're on their setup while working. To get home in 20 minutes or so. No, that means Hazy's gonna leave us. But Sync doesn't stream for another hour. How are you? Well, actually, I don't know when she's gonna start. I don't know if she's gonna start early. But Sync doesn't stream for another hour. How are you supposed to catch Sync stream? I guess you can watch it on the phone. In bed you'll watch? That's fair. Yes, we'll probably raid over to Sync when when Sync starts. I did intend to finish this Mother's Day present before I ended stream, but I've done literally nothing for it. I wanted to be cute and make a little thing for Remy for Mother's Day because she's my design mama, but I've done nothing. Nothing new. I wanted to have it done by Mother's Day itself, but I was too busy like trying to actually fix the emote and get it ready for use. Laptop dono to you see? A little bit late for that. And how your friend is feeling? She's sleepy or not? Oh, Hazy staying with a girl. Scandalous. My streamer with someone of the opposite gender? Cancelled. Jokes aside, idol culture is bad. No idol culture. Guessing you're in New York? Boston? Tewksbury? I have no idea where any of this stuff is. I'm really bad. You know that stereotype about how Americans are like really bad with geography? That's me. I'm that stereotype, except I'm Australian. To be fair, I've always had like motion sickness and fear of boats and planes and stuff, so I've never considered like leaving my country properly. So like the outside world doesn't matter to me. Need to make something for Remy too, now that you finally got to reconnect with her. Oh. and got distracted again. And the surprise, I'm sure, is non-existent. So I'll try and get a listing up for these after stream. So yeah, for those of you that wanted to be messaged for these, send a message to Choppy and Nick for when I get these comms up. Otherwise, if people are following me on VGen, you'll know. Ren is ever not distracted? Sometimes I lock in. It's rare. It's very rare, but sometimes I lock in. You did packs and other things? Oh, I didn't realize you were going for much purpose. Massachusetts? Massachusetts? I cannot words. Why are words? Your back need to take pup outside? What kind of pup? I want to see pics. But best of luck. Germans can't be bad at geography. Every European country will gladly remind us that you invaded them at some point or another, any chance they get. Okay, well that's you know, only part of the world at least. You know, I can at least vaguely know things about my own country. Which is a pretty big landmass, if that counts for anything. Facts, business things, exploring country and meeting your lady friend, and other things. Aww. Yeah, Yoshi gets it. Scandalous. I'm glad you seem to be having a good time and getting a bunch of stuff done. Oh man, I miss going to the convention here. I was talking to another friend about our local convention the other day, and like it's bad. The local convention here is really poorly run, and a lot of like hee hee ha ha's aside, if we want scandalous, that's my local convention. Like, oh my god, the shit that goes on with the staff, oh, it's not good. Ooh, lady friend, quick call the newspapers, you got a story to sell. What will your dear Pokemon fans think? I don't know if that... I don't know if male VTubers really get this, or like depending on like what games you play. I don't know if it's really an issue, because obviously like it's not allowed to know. Oh, of course, I'm not gonna go out and like be like, oh, you're with your lady friend. No, that's whatever, you do that. But you know, obviously there's this huge thing, particularly with female streamers, where like you get a lot of your parasocial viewers, and particularly with VTubers, there's the whole origins of idol culture where you're supposed to not have a boyfriend or pretend you don't or whatever. Like, people don't want that. They want you to be pure for whatever stupid reason, because yep, I'm totally gonna date you, random viewer. Ren's taken, you're leaving, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't stand idol culture. You had a shot? Yeah, too bad. You and all the other guys. Get in line. Remember some special people from Mousy's community? Acts like 2 people in the last year. Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough because there's such a fine line between, you know, get in line. But like, just you, like, being a streamer, you know, obviously most of us, we want to be nice. You want to be nice to your viewers. Like, you're a nice person, maybe that's the vibes you want, whatever. You just want to be nice to people. But people take that too far. And it's like you're equally nice to everybody. But there's always gonna be those few people that are like, but the streamer was nice to me in particular, therefore the streamer likes me. Hello, Maro. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. We're talking a little bit about the idol culture in streaming and VTubing. We're damned if you have a partner, you know. But I hope you had a good stream. Makes you wonder what happens to these people. Water pistols are sadly not good enough. Get the big super soaker and we can talk about letting you get ahead in the line. Ooh woo. Am I gonna get soaked by chat? Ooh woo. Also, hello Lost, welcome. I'll do you redeem in a little bit. Am I winning? Define winning. I've been streaming for like 5 hours and I've done practically nothing. I'm having a good time though, so how could you boop me? That's so rude. I'm trying to talk. Yes, I've been having a good time, so I'll count that as a win. Oh, that's right. I had your stream up to lurk for a little bit, playing Clear Obscure. I believe Hogman here is a big fan of the game. I don't know if many of us have actually played it yet. I want to. I really, really want to play the game. Looks absolutely gorgeous, but I want to wait until I get a new computer so I don't have to sacrifice the beauty of the game, and so I can potentially actually stream it. So it could be a good half a year or more before I get around to it, but yeah. Looks amazing from what I've seen. So I hope you're having a good time with it. So one person ranting how Chat wanted their partner once they found out about him. Apparently Chat even used Oshi. Oh yeah, I saw that post actually. See, that's the best kind of community. The ones that like support the existence of the partner and like, yeah, it becomes the hee hee ha ha of now Chat's gonna steal them. I like that. I think that's great. Also, apologies for everyone that's just come in. We are gonna have ads start in a little bit and I can't snooze them today for some reason. I will stretch and drink water and stuff in the meantime. You just want people to experience what? Esqui? Esqui? Esquire? Oh, is that a game? Is that a guy in Claire Obscure? Esquier? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm bad at words. Benefit of male VTubing, less parasocial weirdos and people thinking with their failure of a reproductive organ. Well, I don't know. It still happens for sure. But, like, yeah. Sometimes I almost wonder if, like, obviously guys get less of it, but I almost wonder if they cop it worse because, you know, if you do happen to have someone latch onto you, it's gonna be like one of the only people latched onto you, you know? So maybe they think they've got more of a chance. One of the characters, everyone would love him. Curious. Very fun character. Oh, I see, there's another fan. Okay, it's French. In order to get more snoozes, have I tried manually running ads instead of auto running? See, that'd all be like, that'd be all well and good if I actually remembered to do it, you know? Is everybody here just waiting for the tea and cut off by the ads? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll retrace my steps in a moment. Let me just type tomorrow for in case he can't hear. If I can successfully type. Can I find the steps to retrace them? That's a good question. Yeah, I will pause the topic for the next like 50 seconds while we wait for the ads to finish. Let me drink more water. I just took a sip, but let me drink some more. Yeah, everyone go give Maro some love. Maro is another great streamer. Plays a lot of... I want to say Maro plays a lot of like kind of Souls-like side-scroller type games, a lot of like indie-esque games, you know, things like what is the slug game, like Rain World or something? That Hollow Knight, those kind of games. Obviously Clear Obscure is a bit different to that, but yeah. Water consumed. They're called Metroidvanias. No comment. I'm sorry, I'm uncultured. Lens blip inspired design. Yes, whatever it may be, Maro is very into the culture of the design, and like if you follow Maro on socials, you see a lot of like different like sword stuff and appreciation for things. Also, Maro is an amazing cook. Like Maro posts pictures a lot of my Discord, but also like on socials and stuff. Like, yeah, very good stuff. Very good stuff to see. All right, now that the ad should be over, I will continue in a second. Hang on, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, so I was saying, I think guys could potentially have it worse. Yeah, Mara's the baking person. But yeah, I think guys could potentially have it worse. Obviously, it's like quality over quantity, you know? Obviously, chicks get a lot of parasocial a lot of parasocial viewers, sorry. Just as a general thing. And, you know, some of those can be crazy and a lot and very, like, overstepping bounds, even though you thought they were your friend, such as Redacted. That's another story. But I think for guys, I've seen some pretty bad ones, and there's always the possibility of like, obviously for guys, not many people take the parasocial route. So maybe if there's a lady out there who's like, I have a chance with this guy, and even more so because nobody else is pursuing them, you know? That being said, I don't know if parasocial people really stop and actually look around and are like, wait, all these other people want to get in their pants as well. Maybe I don't have a chance. But I also feel, you know, with male VTubers, maybe it's more like, there's less competition. So. You never know. Obviously, I can't speak from that side of experience, but I feel like for some of the shit I've dealt with, I could see it. Need to make breakfast burritos? Oh, tasty. What else did I miss? Imagine being nice in this society here. Still beginning then. Try to be nice to people when you can, but damn, sometimes you get tired of it. You try not to let the world break you, but you need to rest sometimes. I just kind of, you know, just be nice where you can. If you're gonna be an asshole, just don't. Like, you don't need to. Just step back from things. If you feel like you need to insult someone, just step back. 2D Souls like and Metroidvania are adjacent but not the same. Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of crossover in what like Mario plays, for example. It's not necessarily one or the other. Or maybe it's both. Either way. You get the picture. What happened to you? A weird green mousey really went after you? But it's okay because you liked mousey back. And that's the hard thing with parasocial people too, is you never know if the person's gonna like you back. So it's kind of like, on one hand, it's hard to fault someone for shooting their shot, but you also need to know when it's realistic to shoot your shot and when to step down if you miss, you know? And also there's a thing of like, sometimes people are legitimately oblivious. So you either need to be like straight up or take your time. But also sometimes people act oblivious because they just don't want to bother with it, you know? Like they're just gonna pretend they're not interested. Well, they're gonna pretend they don't realize because they're not interested, you know? But that's not something you can just tell someone. It's not something you can explain to someone. There's no possible way to tell someone how to gauge that line and when is okay and when is not, because it's incredibly situational. Everyone's different. And that's what makes it so hard to just be like, just don't, you know, like a lot of people are like, oh, Twitch isn't a dating site, like don't try and get with your streamer, whatever. But the reality is a lot of people do get into relationships through streaming because it's another place where you meet people, you know? Obviously you shouldn't use it exclusively to try and find someone, but you know, the reality is it can happen, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it can't, but it's not that simple. It's really not that simple. Like, yeah, there's no way to properly draw the line on any of that. Just need to tell if and when to shoot your shot, and some people really can't handle the aftermath of a no thank you. Yeah, and that's the most important thing too, is like first of all, you know, don't shoot your shot unless you really think there's a good reason to. And obviously everyone's different in what they think is a good reason, but like, if you're going around shooting your shot with literally every person you come across, then you're doing it wrong. Twitch isn't the place for that. Go to a club or something, you know, like there are things for that, and Twitch isn't it. But if you feel like you have a genuine connection with someone and have valid grounds, you still need to step back and try and like work out if there's any reason why that's viable with the person. I don't know. Another hobby you can connect to people with here. You know, one who met their partner because of Twitch, they commissioned them to make art and things went from there. Yeah, exactly. And like that just happens. Like, you shouldn't be on Twitch seeking a relationship, but if it happens, it happens. And you also shouldn't be like a certain redacted person who, although I sat there and told them so many times I wasn't interested and didn't want that from that relationship, like from our friendship, that they still thought there was things there. They still thought there was feelings. They still thought things had deteriorated or they'd done something wrong because I lost my feelings or whatever. And I was like, no, the feelings were never there in the first place. I am a very like platonic, like get close to people kind of thing. You know, I can sleep in friends with Coles if I'm really close to them. Sleep with friends in Cole if I'm really close, and you know, spend like almost every single day with a person. It's just part of my hyperfixation nature. Like, some people are just comfy to be around. That does not mean I like you, and I will make it very clear that I don't like you, because I understand that can be taken the wrong way. But when you tell people endlessly that it doesn't mean anything, and that, like, you know, at some point in time you may stop doing all of this, like just because, you know, I have other things I'm focusing on, and they still don't listen, it's crazy. Yeah, you know, what more can you do at that point? What more can you do when you've set your boundaries and they've just completely disregarded it? And that is why Redacted is no longer part of the community. Well, that among other issues with people, but hey. Imagine. Yeah, I don't know. It's just important to not let those people ruin your experience either. And I know that's hard. Yeah, it's just why let a couple bad eggs ruin a good hobby? I think really good at weeding out people. I give people too many second chances and stuff. It's kind of an issue. Because I really hope that people will learn and do better. And it's especially hard if you become friends with someone first and then all of the bullshit comes after. Because, like, especially if it's one of your friends, you want to give them another chance. Oh well. Thinking of dropping a friend of yours? Oh no. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do. But the tired of people mistaking kindness with being flirty. And even then, like, if you set your boundaries, I think you should still be able to be flirty without it being taken as like a, you know, like I think a lot of streamers are just like flirty by nature. You know, it's just part of like playing the game or just who you are as a person or whatever. Like, I think there should still be a line of like what you can do and not have people take it the wrong way. Like, if you make yourself clear, obviously people can lead others on, you know, that's a different thing. But if you make your intent clear and that there, like, it will never mean anything, and, you know, context, of course, if you flirt with everybody, then obviously you flirting with like no one should take it seriously. If it's someone that flirts with everybody, of course you shouldn't be taken seriously. But yeah, I don't know, man. Some people are just dumb. And copium and all that. Also a streamer, but they become insufferable trend chaser who can't admit to doing wrong and is completely lost touch with reality. Oh no. But your boundaries, a wide berth. That happened with you with someone on VR chat. Oh no. Yeah, I'm sure we've all been through it in one way or another. Different severities and all that. Yeah, I can't stand people who constantly disrespect boundaries or like, you know, just like in my case, like making my stance very, very clear and it still gets doubted and warped and, you know, it's just like, really? I think the thing I appreciate most, though, on a slightly more positive note, I appreciate the people who understand my difficulty with communication, because I've lost a lot of friends in real life because they couldn't handle how little I communicate, and that's okay, you know? Like, if that's not the kind of friendship that they want, that's fine. As long as, like, you're not gonna make a big, like, song and dance about it, that's okay. I'm like, we can go our separate ways, that's fine. But, like, all of you guys, my friendos as streamers, all of you have been so accommodating and supportive for me being really bad at messaging and stuff and keeping contact outside of stream. I don't know, I overthink things when I go to message people and it makes it really hard for me to do it, or just, you know, time blindness and all that, so I just tend to not. So it means a lot for the people that still persist and send me things occasionally or check in on me, or, you know, just still keep showing up and spending time whenever they can and not just giving up on me because I just don't, you know, because I just don't communicate. I know there's a lot of like, oh, this person doesn't care about the friendship or whatever because they're not reaching out first. And yes, sometimes that's true. But it's not always, and I don't like being lumped in with all of that, you know? It's hard. It's really hard. What if you put food over the boundaries? Yippee. Being flirty with friends can be fun as long as the boundaries are respected. Yeah, exactly. You're nice and kept saying you weren't interested in a relationship, and they kept pushing and pushing and being creepy and acting like you were theirs. You needed some help to get them away. Yeah, that's yeah. That's a lot like what happened with a person in my community. Like obviously they were very attached and I knew this, and I would try and like talk them through a lot of it and be like, you know, like that's not how it is, whatever, whatever. But it was I didn't know that they'd actually been going around messaging other people being like, you know, things like, hey, you being like super familiar or flirty with Ren is making me uncomfortable. Like this guy was going around messaging people stuff like that. I wish I knew that sooner. Out of everything else that they had done, that in particular, I wish people came to me about that immediately. And I'm not gonna fault anybody for not doing it. Like, you know, obviously you want to respect whatever's going on and not like overstep or whatever, but like I wish even one person had told me about that, considering there's been at least 4 or 5 people, if not more, that have come forward that this has happened to. Yeah, I really, really wish I knew about that sooner because that's disgusting. Yeah. There was many things that led to the demise of that situation, but for me, that is like a huge, like, absolutely not. Really communicate with people either. Like, I'm sorry, my man, your ADHD brain is constantly in search of something to stimulate it. Riding you was not chosen for brain roulette this day or yesterday or the last 128 days. Yeah. Have this bat. Take it and apply it with forward momentum directly to the cranium or the balls. Always aim for the balls. Yippee! That's also why you almost never DM people. You don't want to bother them and vastly overthink things. Yeah, exactly. That's me. I sit there and I'm like, if I'm here on stream, I will just say everything as it comes out. You know, this is my space. I'm comfortable. This is you guys coming into my house. I'm the host. I'll treat you guys how I want to. If you like it, you stay. If you don't come to my house. But you know, I'm comfortable talking to you, all of you here, because, you know, you're welcome to come into my home. But DMing people is like me going to their home and I'm like, ooh, am I allowed in? Knock knock, hello? I don't want to bother you. Maybe you're busy. What if you're not home today? Get in line. If you can't cut in line, no one else can. People gotta be comfortable with reporting people overstepping boundaries. Yeah, I think we need to normalize like talking about people making each other uncomfortable, you know? Because I am very much a person where like I like to nip things in the bud. If I know something's gonna be an issue, I want to nip it in the bud before it's an issue. So if someone makes you a little bit uncomfortable but you're uncertain, just tell me. Tell me before it's an issue, because I respect that. And we can work it out and be like, what needs to be done? Does anything need to be done? Do I need to keep an eye on it? You know. But like, yeah, I think a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want confrontation. But to me, it's not confrontation if you act before it becomes an issue. Which I know is very hard for people to kind of set the line. They're like, you know, oh, am I overthinking things? Is this just a me problem? Blah, blah, blah. But if you even consider that, just come talk to me. Like, I won't bite. I'm bad at communicating, yes, but I won't bite. I'd like to know at least, you know? If you have something that you think might be wrong, just let me know and I'll talk you through my reasoning or be like, oh shit, I hadn't considered that, you know? Have you tried cutting the line with other stuff than dental floss? Have teeth and don't hide it. Passive aggressive tactics are annoying as heck. Yeah. Normalize naming and shaming people that make others uncomfortable. Root them before they become an issue, unless it's you, then obviously you gotta be nice to not hurt your feelings. No, You know, obviously naming and shaming, like what you say is not inherently wrong. Hee hee ha ha aside, but take things to DMs first. Come talk to me. If you don't want to talk to the person, come talk to me. I'll work out what needs to be done. But you know, obviously if you're gonna come in here and be like, I have beef with this other chatter because they spelt this word this way and I want it to be spelt this way, you know, if you're gonna come in and do stuff like that, maybe don't. But you know, just come talk to me. I had a thing with someone who didn't like something you said, and instead of coming to you, they abused a redeem as someone's stream that timed out people and would use it on you non-stop. That's crazy. Oh my god. People with their weirdly psychopathic behavior. Ugh. Think you got told that you're not trusting towards certain people because you've been self-isolating and have been severely mentally depressed, where you took over a month-long break because all you could do... Chat's moving. Because all you could do is go to work, getting adjusted to the new job and going home and bed, and have told said people you self-isolated as a coping method and got told don't know what else to do and good luck with everything, and it's been messing with your mind and wanted to just quit dealing with people. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to not let those people like overwhelm things, but it's like if somebody can't respect your clearly set boundaries, they are the issue, not you. And I know that's hard. I know that's really hard to like really internalize, but like that's kind of how it is. Like, this is your space, this is your life. You said what you're doing, what you need to be done. And if the people can't sit down and listen to that and like respect it, or either they need to back off because it's not for them, that's okay. I think both parties need to be okay with that. Like if it's not a relationship, and obviously friendship still counting as relationship. If it's not a relationship that works for them or for you, then you both need to be able to go separate ways. And I think that works, like that goes for both parties. Like if you're distant, you shouldn't expect people to stick around. Obviously it's nice if they do, but you know, everyone has different needs. But that person shouldn't try and force you into meeting their needs either. It goes both ways. And that's the really hard thing. But yeah, like if they're taking issue with your set boundaries, they're the one who needs to step back. Oh, Lost, you gotta head back to work? Okay. Bye bye. Hope you have good rest of day. If you come back, we will be over on Sync stream. People are too confrontation averse. Is it her and her friend were borderline weirdos? They showed their true colors like a month or so ago. Oh gosh. Was those people to kindly heck themselves with a used toothbrush from you? Yippee. Hello, Emil. That's big yikes. You can take it when people tell you, hey, I don't like you. You actually respect it when people can tell you like that. Yeah. I think like sometimes you don't need to sometimes you don't even need to say that though. Like just don't interact. Like if you don't like someone, don't interact with them. No one's forcing you. Even you guys here in chat, no one's forcing you guys to talk to each other. Like I think normalizing being able to coexist in space with somebody you don't like is also important. Like obviously it's different if someone has like really wronged you, that's different. You know, if it's that bad, then maybe like there's other things that need to be addressed. But if it's just like a petty disagreement or whatever and you don't like each other, I think people need to normalize being able to coexist in spaces with those people because you don't need to interact with each other. It's like having a classmate that you don't like. You're not going to stop going to class over that. That's stupid. Like, not to be harsh, but grow up. But yeah, obviously that's one of those things where there is a line to that, but I think a lot of people like are too prone to going out of their way to avoid like just over petty differences. Yeah. Also, like on the flip side, it is important to make sure you are comfortable. And if your comfort is like just spending time to yourself and avoiding it completely, that's also okay, but I think it's way too normalized to just be like, well, it's either one or the other, you know? It's them or me. Like if you're losing out on your enjoyment because you don't feel like you can be in this space anymore because of another person, that's sad. That's sad in my opinion. Not as like a shame on you kind of thing, just like it makes me upset to know that people are doing that, you know? Lurking and watching me chat. Oh well. This makes you really sad too. You got PTSD and can't control it. Yeah, no, that's understandable. That's what I mean. Like, you know, it's not always as simple as all of that, but like, it's something you really have to like work on trying to understand and just know that like sometimes people aren't compatible, and if people can't respect that about you, well, heck 'em. Have 2 burritos, small ones, milk and water. Your stomach in the last 10 minutes, you're full. Very good. You have a couple people you ignore in streams and only talk to the streamer. Yeah, and I think that's perfectly fine. Like, if I ever see the redacted person in another chat, it's not going to stop me from chatting in there. However, it does seem to go the other way around. So, I shrug. I dragged you out of streaming? How do I interpret that? When you say it like that, it makes it sound like I'm the reason why you stopped streaming. Like I dragged you out of the habit of streaming. You're not being forced? Gosh, you. Time to stop talking to this weirdly loudly screamy and funny synchro minds. Found a new fun pastime, going to people's stream where you know they're going to go live and sing 5 verses of Pink Pony Club. Oh god. I keep hearing about this Pink Pony Club thing. I think Sync was singing it yesterday. But I don't really know about the song and its origins. Gonna be the new Rickroll? God, I hate it. Dragged you away from not wanting to stream. Yippee! There's some people that would make you stop chatting if you saw them, but they're not here, and if they were, you'd ban them and explain later. Wait, I want to know. Now I'm really curious. You had me worried for a second there. I'm like, wait, Emil, do we need to have a talk about some of the people in my community? Pink Pony Club, wanna keep dancing? Okay. You're not on that list? How many fireballs does it take? Oh goodness. This is from long ago. Yeah, no, that checks out. I don't think I really have I don't think I really have anyone like that. There's people I don't really get along with, but I don't think I have anyone that I would actually just like straight up ban someone, straight up ban. Like whether as a mod in someone else's chat or whatever. Oh, well, I mean, obviously if it's someone I've already banned in my chat, then maybe. But like everyone's different too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I really have anybody that was like that bad. Like even redacted, yes, banning redacted in my space is fine, but I'm not gonna force somebody else to make that choice because, you know, people can learn and grow as a person, and I'm not gonna be the person to judge that. I'm not gonna stick around to see whether or not they do learn from their mistakes and do better. But, you know, I'm not gonna sit there and force other people to kick them out of their community because, you know, everyone has different experiences and tolerances and whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like redacted would be the closest I'd come to that, but like, I wouldn't. LinkedIn version of it? Oh god. You think everyone here is pretty cool? At least ones you've seen here today. I'm glad. Let's be for real, for real. Emil wanted to ban you. Did Ren hear the normal version first or the cursed versions? That's implying that Ren cares about hearing any of the versions. At one person, but they asked you to not interact with them, and who are you to not comply with that? Yeah, see, like, if that's the situation that I know of, then, like, I do think things didn't need to go that far. Like, I think that was, like, a severe overreaction. Like, at least, like, how things were handled. Like, obviously people's feelings are valid, but, like, I think the immediate jumping to conclusion of like this is the best way to handle things is maybe a bit much, but hey, to each their own. But yeah, I still think like that's a situation where it's like it's a petty disagreement, and coexisting should still be fine. Just, oh yeah, don't talk to each other, I don't care. Balls to the walls, cursed. Maybe if you play your cards right or wrong. And someone who got offended that you called them on told you to never talk to them again, and you apologized in DMs, and like 2 months later they were forced to accept that they were old and started talking to you first. Yeah, see? Petty disagreements. Whether or not they're forced to accept that they're old. Man. My white monkey meme going WTF? Yeah, that's fair. But obviously, like, you know, situation depending, like whether you say something is just a fact or with malicious intent or as a joke, like, you know, straight up, you never quite know the situation until you're in it. Reminds you there's a half update on that with Mouse. I know there was a thing mentioned in DMs a little bit ago. I don't know if it's that. Shadow. What's the most hilarious thing to be offended over? Right? They got all butthurt, like literally threw a fit in stream chat. Oh goodness. Like, I don't know. I do think there's a little area of like, it's hard to, if it's something said in text in particular, it can be hard to read the tone. And I think some people can take that too personally, which is kind of hard to fault them for that, because again, you can't read the tone of text. But still, I think clearing up misunderstandings is more important than jumping to conclusions and like assuming the worst. Then the streamer and mods went around deeming people we're gonna crack down on jokes. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's hard. I think certain jokes can get a little bit out of hand, and it also depends who it's coming from. Like, I've had a little bit of issue with self-depreciating jokes in chat, because if you don't do it right, then you don't know if you're joking, you know? Like, if you put a self-depreciating joke with like hee hee ha ha emotes and stuff, it's different. But if you're just doing like, you know, oh, I'm a shit person, blah blah blah, full stop, then like, that's not good. I don't want that. Even if you mean it as a joke, you need to make it clear that it's a joke. But of course, like, your jokes need to not be like directed at other people. Like the whole like, oh, it's just a joke, bro. It's just a prank, bro. Like, yeah, as Emil said, some things go too far, some things are too frequent, like, you know, beating a dead horse or whatever. Like, you need to know when to stop. Emil, you're not old, falls over, breaks your hips. That's how I feel getting up every day. I'm only 27. Am I 27? Yeah, 27, I think. I forget my age. That means I'm old. Tone of text is even worse too if the person is mute and uses TTS and the TTS tone is wrong too. Oh, TTS is rough. Grabs the glue and the Emil handbook from the ancient civilization section of the British Museum. You like puzzles? Some jokes go too far, yeah. Always make an old joke because you feel old from being sore. Don't we all? Self-depreciating jokes are what will get you a free talk with you if you overdo it very, very quickly. At some point they stop being jokes and are just a downer. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I do it a lot. Like, I'm sure, as you guys know, I'm a broken record with some stupid things. If I see a bright light, it's brighter than my future, blah, blah, blah. But that's different, you know? It's like just me being a broken record. It's more a vocal stim at this point. And like tone and stuff, like, I think there are certain points where it's like, you know, it's not true, and it's just, it's the hee hee ha ha is the repetitiveness of it, you know? But yeah, it becomes especially hard with things just in chat. Very, very, ugh. You don't remember the context, but you can say it was like the only old joke directed at him at that point. Yeah, I don't know. There's still a lot of like tone stuff and whatnot, but like it does sound like that situation was like blown out of proportion when people could have just been like, hey, you know, I don't appreciate that. Like, even if you're joking, like blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, I think there's better ways to handle it. Track down on old community jokes that just outstayed their welcome. Yeah, that's fair. Part of Mousie's community said Dave the donkey for like 4 weeks, which made you mocked after it got so overused and annoying. Yeah, that's fair. I can't remember if there's anything here that I really... Oh, actually, I was talking about this one to a friend the other day. One of the only things... Like, there's not many things that I put a stop to from repetitiveness, but jokes-wise, I remember... I think it was Nazu who was doing this. Playing Monster Hunter Rise like a couple years ago now, I suppose. Doing like hunts and stuff when Kezu shows up. It just became this really overdone joke of like, oh, you know, you really love Kezu, like Kezu's your favorite monster. Oh, Ren's gonna ride Kezu. Oh, Ren mounted Kezu. Kezu this, Kezu that, Kezu this, Kezu that. And I'm like, oh, okay, buddy. We need to dial that one back a little bit. I think that's the kind of joke it can continue to be funny if you don't say it 50 times in one day. So, you know. Like, you know, I still don't like it's not even something like if people say like Kezu jokes occasionally, I don't care, it's fine. But if you're gonna say it too many times at the same time, it's just come on guys. The joke goes too far, you need to up and go, okay, enough of that in some form, not throwing a fit. Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, it's a bit situational, I think. It's hard to, like, say that as a whole, because sometimes the, just a joke bro gang does go too far, and it's worth throwing a fit over that. But yeah, if it's just a little hee hee ha ha, you know, no harm done, but it's being too much, then yeah, there are better ways to sort it out. And then if they keep doing it after being told off, then obviously further action must be taken. Pessimist sees the dark in the tunnel, the optimist sees the light at the end of the tunnel, the realist sees the green coming towards them, and the train driver sees these imbeciles on the rail tracks. Very good. There are sometimes parts of the community miss the point to jump off. I think another common thing with streamers in particular is when proper friends in chat. Oh, can you guys actually hear the cars now? You guys always tell me you can't. Yeah, it's early morning, it's 8 a.m. Everyone's going places. But yeah, I think a big issue is when like actual friends of the streamers make like inside jokes and then random people in the community jump onto that, and it's kind of hard to fault them for that, because if you see it in chat, like why would you think it's not like free game? But yeah, I think I've seen a lot of people take issue with that, where people who shouldn't be in on the joke start getting in on it. But I don't know, I'm a bit mixed feelings about that, because if you're putting the joke out into the open, it's hard to expect people to not jump onto it and think it's okay. It's like there's a very fine line on that one being acceptable. You want to be part of the community, but you dive in too quick and you just look like a fool. Yeah, but like I don't want that to be discouraging to new people trying to mesh in with things too, because it can be really hard. As someone who also struggles to chat in like new spaces, you know, like I think something that always gets me is when the chat is full of like VIPs and mods and stuff, you know, it's a lot of people who all like know each other and familiar with each other. And it makes me feel like really out of place coming into chat. So, you know, it's hard to fault someone for jumping in on those things. Like, I want people to feel like they can just, like, if it's something happening on stream, they can just get involved. That's why I kind of don't like the idea of having exclusive jokes, like, be off bounds in stream. That's where I'm kind of conflicting with the people that do take issue with that. Your turn. People being a bit too familiar, like if a new person speaks to you like you're already friends. There's a fine line on that too, for me personally, because obviously I like to try and maintain a friendly environment, and I kind of like people coming in like they're one of the regulars. Now, obviously that depends. Okay, so a good example of this, I think, where it's a bit weird, is obviously we can go on tangents of being like very like ooh-woo lewd jokes and stuff. But if someone comes in and that's their first interaction and continues to be their only interaction for a little while, you become very skeptical of them. So it's like that kind of thing is a weird thing to come in on as a first time chatter. Like, yes, you can be part of like what's happening, but like if you go too hard with that kind of thing as a first time chatter, it's hard to it's hard to draw the line on if they're just being part of the moment or if they're actually like there with ill intent. It's really hard to draw the line if that's what they come in with. Now, that's not to discourage people, but it's like, you know, try and like break things up a little bit if that's how you're coming into things. But also, you know, obviously with context, if it's outside of context, it's different. That's the worst. People act like your buddy out of nothing, make you yuck. You're thinking of some pretty extreme examples? Oh, of course, that's what I mean. Like, you know, as just the basic of concept of what that is. Like, you know, I like it when people can jump in and feel like they're at home right from the get-go. Because I personally can't do that. I wish I could. It's hard though. But yeah, very much depends what you come in on. You remember being so ooh nervous of chatting with Ren, but look at us now. Yippee! First time and last time chatter when they come in too strong in the weirdest way possible. I have a bad habit of seeing people being weird and wanting to pick at their brain. Even when someone's coming in being a creep, it just makes me want to like pick at their brain a little bit to understand why. It's like, you know, what makes you come into my stream and do this? Like how many different streams do you go in and do this same thing? Like, I just can't help wanting to try and like understand their thought process, and that's really bad. I know this. Like, for my mods, Emil, Sync, anyone else who may be lurking, if you ever see people like that and you don't like them, just ban them, because I will keep like playing my own game. But if you don't like them, just ban them. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I don't mind. Obviously, like, don't be too quick on the gun. But yeah, if like they're actually being really weird, but I'm just being hee hee ha ha trying to work out why, feel free to ban them. I remember one guy being kind of weird for a couple days, unless like if someone who's very hard to tell whether they're telling the truth or lying with some things. But I remember they came in and they kind of started like what was I saying? Oh yeah, so they came in and it was something about crayons came up, and they were saying that they missed eating crayons. And you know, I kind of asked about that, and like it was something about they missed eating crayons with like ketchup. And I'd asked about like how long ago it was, and they said it was like in recent years. Like it sounded like as a young adult they were still eating crayons. And it's like, you know, technically this can happen. You know, there are people that eat like foam and shit and really weird stuff as adults. Like it's weird, like compulsive things. They can't help it. It happens. So it's hard to just be like, oh, you're lying. Oh, get out. That's gross. Because, you know, it could be true. And, you know, those people need help. It's a legitimate issue, but like it can be true. But yeah, it was a bunch of stuff like that, and just like trying all these weird things and like all sorts of random bits and pieces. And then I think the next day they came back again and we're talking about like, you know, I'm gonna go to the gas station. That's like an hour, blah, blah, blah. And then they got back like half an hour later and they're like, oh, someone drove me. And oh, while I was at the gas station, I got hit by a car. But it's okay because I got hit by a car while I was trying to save a puppy. And I'm like, this guy is just like one thing after another. I got bored, so I just banned them. Because I'm like, oh, okay, buddy. Yes, these things can happen as isolated incidents, but like, this is too much. They see you in a collab and they interact with you as if they're the person you're collabing with. Oh yeah. People should start off nervous. That's me, forever and always. I'm always nervous. I'm never not nervous. Reminds me of the dude that was part of a friend's stream anniversary stream, and he was so males at WoW. Males at WoW when a female enters the guild chat towards Mousy. Oh god. Your first time last time chatter? Hey, you a femboy, unique cock? Or the unique cock? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. I guess for me, you know, an example of like picking at someone is like the person who came in like doing their darndest to be a bottom and get me to be more dom towards them. And I just sat there for like 20 minutes being like, buddy, like I'm as bottom as you can get. Like you're not getting this out of me. I don't know what you want from me. And they just kept going and I'm like, surely they have to stop eventually. Could I have just banned them? Yes. Did I? No, because I was wondering how far they go with it. I'm like, how, like, are you really just gonna keep trying to be like, oh, but I'm a bottom. I'm so desperate. Like, really? You shouldn't do that, ban. I think one thing for me that I don't know is necessarily a good thing. I tend to just ban people without telling them why. Like, if I have to tell you why you were banned, then I don't think you're gonna learn. Like, if you don't even have the slightest bit of, like, guilt or remorse about what you've done, or even thinking that it's weird, like, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you. If you get banned and you need to sit there and ask yourself why, then I think there's a lot more you need to work on. Before you left, you saw us talking about something you had a story for, so next time when that comes up, you say something. I mean, feel free to say it. I don't mind. You were a Marine? Oh gosh. Being a bottom does not make you desperate. Oh, I mean, I agree, but like, it was kind of how their chats were going. It's like they were so desperate for me to be more dom towards them and treat them as a bottom, and I'm like, I am a bottom, I'm not doing this. I could not top someone to save my life. And it's like, it's that kind of thing where you don't know, like, is this just someone doing it as a hee hee ha ha? Like, why would you go so far for it? And that's where I sit there and like, I just can't help questioning it. At that point, they're trying to get you to partake in their kink without consent, which is hyper yuck in your opinion. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like some people do it as a bit of a hee hee ha ha, but like to continue for that long, I wouldn't expect. So yeah, it's like, then it is like, as well, is this just a kink thing? Like, do they just want that acknowledgement? But that's also weird because, like, okay, this is what I want to know. The thought process of people that come into Twitch to do this shit. What is the selection process? So there's a few different sides of this. If you're gonna be like a weirdo and try and like creep on someone, what makes you do it? Is it because they have a pretty model? Like, what were you looking for? Were you looking in the VTuber section? Were you looking for VTubers with low viewers specifically? There's so many. There's so many. How do you land on any one stream? Even if you're going to a bunch of different streams. And then, like, are you looking at a certain category, certain tags? And same for people that come in to be an asshole. Like, what's your criteria? You want to come in and be like, oh, VTubers are disgusting. Clearly you're some ugly person behind the camera. What's the criteria? Like, thinking about these people sitting at their computer, sorting through the tags and viewer numbers and stuff to find a target to be like, oh, well, you're ugly, is insane to me. I can't comprehend that. Maybe I'm not enough of an asshole. I don't know. Maybe I need to be meaner to understand this. But like, to put that much work to go out of your way to insult someone is crazy. Is it because they were on the front page? Maybe that's a little bit less weird. It's weird no matter what, but like, I don't know, man. I want to understand. I will never understand. I want to understand, but ugh. A bunch of first-time chatter who hits you with the "can you moan for me?" And then, what? I did nothing wrong, I just asked a question. Yeah. Like, oh, you're so like controlling and blah blah blah, like got banned for no reason.
Glub, 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 glub. Look over there. It's a coral reef.
Very good. Thank you, Jen. Those guys can do this to you. Yippee. Yeah, no, I see that a lot where it's very much just like, oh, but I didn't do anything and you're just overreacting. Like, oh, but the other streamer does it. Get out of here with that. Related to the asking someone out with a touch of that weird incel behavior. Last year of high school, you asked a girl out and she said nah. You wanted to stay friends, but shit was weird after because you felt she was pushing you away, so you stopped hanging out with her and told your friend she was being a bitch. A few years later, you thought about that situation, felt bad about it. That was the last time you shot your shot. It's dumb, you just get anxious about that stuff now. Well, at least you were able to look back and be like, you know, you feel bad about it. Because, like, yeah, like, I think for both parties, and it's harder when you're in school too. Like, I think you need, like, more relationship experience for a lot of people to do this, but, like, to be able to be friends with someone still, even after they shoot their shot, as long as you both keep being normal, it's fine. I think we need to normalize that. And not everyone can do it. Like, you know, obviously my personal preference in that situation would be like the girl continuing to act normal. But like, it's harder when you're in high school for sure. And you don't want to make things weird. You don't want to like lead people on. You wonder if you did too much or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, obviously in your case, then it is wrong to say that she's being a bitch for that because whatever. But like, yeah, to be able to acknowledge that it was weird and to not do that is understandable. And it's hard. The anxiety part of it after the fact, like, yeah, it is really hard. I think the difference between just being friends with someone and like where it can go into a relationship is also a very fine line. Like, I don't know. It's not even like this goes back to the stuff before where like that's something you can never explain to someone because everybody's different. And I can't just sit here and be like, oh, well, you'll find someone and you'll know when it happens, because it's not that simple, you know? But yeah, that's a rough one. I also, I know this isn't favorable for people, and obviously I'm not looking at the moment, so like this isn't like a hint to anybody, but like, for me, if I like a guy and they can't tell and take the initiative, then they're not the right person for me. And I know a lot of guys are out there and they're like, oh, but you shouldn't just drop hints, you should be more direct, blah blah blah, this is why I don't know. But it's like, if you can't tell and act on that, then you're not the right person for me. Because my personal needs are to have somebody that can understand when I'm shy and don't want to vocalize something or be too direct. I need someone who can understand on that and act on that for me. That's really important to me. So if they can't do that to even just ask me out in the first place, then they're not the person for me. And that's okay, because, you know, whether I'm in a relationship or not, I don't care. Like, you know, I'm not desperate for it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But yeah, that kind of thing is very important to me. And I know that's controversial, but like, yeah. It's you think. No, say it too much and people are gonna start believing it for reals. You feel kind of the same way? Oh, like you need someone to be able to understand it? Yeah, it's not a common opinion, and I think a lot of people like strongly disagree with that. But yeah, that's just how it is for me. And like, I'm not gonna get upset if somebody doesn't make that move, because that's what I've resigned to, you know? I know what I want. I know what I want, and I'm happy to wait for that. Not looking for a relationship, but if it happens, it happens. Oh yeah, exactly. I think that's the best way to be. Like, I never want to force that kind of thing. women are scary. That's understandable. Can't help you with that one. Even though legit you've said this many times. You and I are strictly platonic? Yeah, I echo this. I know, like, I'm sure most of you guys understand this about Sink and I, because obviously I think Sink and I are probably like the closest ones without, like, you know, I will do the whole I love you thing with Remy and stuff, but obviously Remy has a boyfriend, you know, like there's no misunderstanding there. But I think Sink is probably the person I'm closest with where there could be a misunderstanding. And I'm sure most of you guys know it's not like that, but yeah, that is the reality. If anyone has any doubts, it's a platonic thing. And that's why I appreciate Sink, because Sink can do that and not make it weird. And that's not to say there's other people who aren't the same, but like, yeah, I do think Sink is the one person. If people were to speculate something, it'd be Sink, you know? Whatever floats someone's boat, yeah. Men scare you, women scare you, but twinks. Very good. At the same mindset before Mouth showed up. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, sometimes there's just that person, and it's okay to change your mind too. It's like the whole like, oh, I don't want kids. You know, you should never force someone into that, respect their wishes. But if they change their mind, that's okay. If someone says they're straight and then later on down the track they're bi or like fully changed to like, you know, the other side of the fence, that's okay too. Like, never sit there and be like, oh, but you said. You know, obviously no one here is doing that, but like I think that's a big thing that people worry about too. Like, oh, but I said I was like this and I don't want people to think I was just like lying or trying to be cool or, you know, whatever. Like sometimes it just happens like that. People are scary. Friends is where it's at. Remy and Zuzu are adorable. This is true. You'll hurt me so much that you'll break that wall. Good luck with that one. Sink's like, the story of the little piggies. Is gonna huff and puff and blow the wall down. That's why you and Sink fight all the time. Emil's the art book rival. I think you need to up your game, Sink. If you ever want a chance of like overtaking Emil, you need to up your game. You know what would really win this out though, Sink? You need to keep focusing your art and one day release an art book of your own. This needs to be your life goal, to make an art book that Emil would buy. Then you win. People that are just looking for relationships and everything are weird to you? Yeah, I don't get that. To me, it feels like really insincere. It's okay to be like, oh, a relationship would be nice. But if you're constantly seeking it, that's kind of weird. Heck it, art stream. Next time. You do an art stream tomorrow. You would 100% buy it. Yippee! Oh. Looking at Sink's chat, I see apparently I could be heard over there. Hello, friendos, if you can still hear me. Simp for Sink. Go buy stuff on Sink's throne. Do it. I'm waiting for Sink to come and tell me off. Oh, yippee! We have another Pixel Loki sprite redeem. I need to do a stream of those. I think I have around 20 built up now that I need to do. 20 plus. Uppies! Yippee! I don't think anyone's done uppies since I added the sparklies to it. Yes, I need to do a thingy for the walkies too. So, Yoshi, if you have a good reference to send me, of what you would like it to be, that would be helpful. Because it's a little bit more of a full body one. It is just a teeny tiny one, so it doesn't need to be high detail, but yeah. Eat uppies at least once. Oh god, did I miss it? Oh god, are we doing this again? I'm sorry. I have sinned. Clearly, I hate you. The thought of exercising made me realize I still had my heater on and the sun's come up, so I need to turn it off. Yippee. Yep, that's the squishy Ren experience. You come in chat and you pour your heart out to receive hatred in return. Yes. I'm going to be calling it for stream in a moment. I need to go raid over to... I don't know, man. It's the choice of raiding over to Sync or Taka, and it's a really hard choice. Sync was telling me in DMs that I should raid Taka because he hasn't streamed for a while, but also, like, Sync's the one who has the aversion to streaming. So, Oh my god, I can still be heard over there. Sync, why you do this to me? Everybody simp for Sync. Go buy stuff on Sync's throne. Do it. Do it to punish her for her sins. Yes, either way, everyone should check out Sync and Taka. Let me give them both shoutouts. Typing is hard. Good, but you gotta take it easy for a bit. Understandable. Everyone's gotta take care of themselves first. Yes, everyone. I know pretty much all of you guys know Sync. I'd be surprised if anyone here is not following Sync. But if you guys aren't following Taka, you should. Taka is also great. Another streamer friend though, I play games with Taka a decent bit off stream with Sync and Taka. You know, we play like Fortnite and stuff. We were actually playing Risk of Rain yesterday, Taka's first time. Just a lot of little bits and pieces. Trying to rope Sync into playing V Rising with us. Oh, also I need to play V Rising again on stream soon. Because I am a criminal. But yes, Taka's great. Everyone should give Taka some love. I want to get him into more like group collab stuff, like if we do like Repo and other games like that too. So yeah. Everyone, go give Taka some love. And especially because we are fighting to keep Taka at 500 followers. It's that haha funny threshold of like you need to be like 10 followers over to really celebrate, because if you're not consistently streaming, you lose a couple followers and then you're not at 500 anymore. But yes, Taka's great. Taka's very sweet. Resident himbo. Yes, also regarding needing to play V Rising. So when I first played V Rising, it was because I requested it from Keymailer and they gave me a key, and I was very surprised that they gave me a key because I was quite small at that point. I only had a few hundred followers. But I ended up like a year or so later, they were releasing an expansion, and I thought the expansion was a DLC. So I requested the key for what I thought was the DLC. Turns out it was the whole game. So I requested a second key for the whole game because the expansion was free, it's just part of the game, and got the key again. So I gave it to Daisy. And well, recently the idea of getting Sync to play V Rising came up, and I was like, well, it's kind of expensive. So I decided to gamble because they recently did the rework. They had it on Keymailer again. So I requested V Rising again, and they gave me a third key, as well as a $30 DLC for cosmetic stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay. Technically, I feel like a criminal now, but it's okay. We now have, Sync has V Rising too. Yes, the V Rising devs have given me 3 keys for the game because they keep requesting it. And to be fair, the second one was an accident because I didn't know, but the third one was intentional. And so, morally, that's probably not a great thing, but hey, I did what I did. The shared chat is like I'm rating both. That's true. Yes. So anyway, I need to play V Rising again in future. Because I did a hee hee haha. So now I'm obligated to stream it again. Your number 500 Emil. Yippee. Yes. We're going to... I think we're gonna raid over to Sync. We'll try and catch Taka next time. Nudge Taka to stream more. Should be fine to catch him. Wanna raid Sync while she's still streaming. Become your best vampire self. Yeah. You also need to play V Rising again. I'm so keen to try it out with the new, with the new systems. Like, it sounds like a lot of people are talking quite fondly about it. It'll be interesting to see how much of a difference I notice, but I'm very keen to try it. But yeah, they also gave me the really pretty, the newest like cosmetic DLC pack, which is largely like purple furniture. So, yippee! I'm bad at designs, but I can have a really pretty castle if I can make a good castle. Yes, bet. I used to be obsessed with vampires like any young female was. I still really like vampires, don't get me wrong, but they're not like my go-to these days. Need me a dragon husbando like Zhongli. My priorities have shifted. Yes, so we're gonna set up the raid to go to Sync. Everybody give Taka some love too. They're both amazing. But yeah, also, I don't know if they're both gonna do streams. I think they are. Sync and Taka both have their birthdays coming up this weekend. I don't remember exactly what day. In the next couple days? Was it the 16th or something? I don't know. But yeah, Sync and Taka both have their birthdays coming up in a couple days. On the same day. They both have their birthdays on the same day. So, you guys should give them some love and keep an eye out for if they do their birthday streams. This is gonna be good times. I don't know what either of them have planned, but yeah, I do think there's big ideas of stream stuffs. Start up a raid. Yes, thank you all for being here. It's been a good time. I absolutely did not live up to the title of my stream. I had things I wanted to do. I wanted to do the cute art. I'll try and do it off stream. But yeah. We just ended up yapping for 6 hours, and you know what? That's okay. But yeah. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you all very, very much. I'll try and be back maybe tonight. Around this time again tomorrow, whatever the heck it is. Have to make sure nothing else comes up, but yeah, I think I'll be good to stream again. For the same time tomorrow-ish, depending on how sleeps go. But yeah. Everyone go give those guys some love. Oh shit, I need to exercise. Heck, I forgot to do that. I will do that in a moment, after stream ends. I'm sorry for not doing it on the stream. And thank you, Yoshi. But yes, bye bye, friendos. Yippee. Our whole support cat, beautiful. You know what? That's even better.